Sound check 1. Good morning. As we have quorum present, I'd like to call this meeting of the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee to order. Please remember that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. In chamber today, we have Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Wang, Councillor Crutch, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and on the big screen, Councillor Clark, Beatty, and Francis. We do not have any ceremonial activities, so we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Mover and seconder approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Sure. All right. Any amendments to the agenda? No. Hands up, hands down, please. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Anybody with interest to declare? No? Perfect. Approval of minutes, June 12th, 2025, 5.1. Mover and second to adopt the minutes of the June 12th meeting. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Wang. Show of hands. Thank you. Delegations. Members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarifications purposes only and not for debate. 6.1, Andrew Selman, respect alternative voting methods and vote tabulation technology for municipal elections and by-elections. Andrew Selman, please come forward, and once you begin, you'll have 5 minutes, and we'll see if there's any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, neighbors, and elected officials. My name is Andrew Selman, and I'm your neighbor. Today I want to discuss something fundamental, and that is our right to vote. The City of Hamilton today is proposing a $1.25 million contract to introduce online voting, but not through an open competition, not through a fair bidding process. No, this is through a sole source, no bid contract. Rushed through under the excuse of tight timelines. Now, there are 3 concerns I'd like to raise with you today. First and foremost, the justification. So let me read directly from the proposal, or the staff recommendation rather. There may be cost savings found by reducing the need for as many staff in polling locations on election day. So think about what that really means. It's about closing polling places. The very spaces where thousands of Hamiltonians show up proudly to mark a ballot with their own hand. Some bring their kids, some bring their parents. For many, it's not just a right, it's a solemn tradition. And for those who can't vote in person, we already have a safe and accessible alternative, the mail-in ballot. And now we're being told that system needs fixing. Is the current system perfect? No, but it does work. It's trusted, it's transparent. That matters, especially now, especially when public trust in our institutions has been eroded. It's worn thin at this point. Instead of adding polling locations in undeserved neighborhoods, instead of making sure every person can get to a polling station and vote with dignity and ease, the city is proposing to cut corners and to hand over more than $1 million to a private corporation with no competition, no public scrutiny, and no clear improvement on results. This isn't modernization, it's bureaucracy in a rush. So I have to ask, why the rush? If this contract is about increasing turnout, where's the evidence? Where's the outreach? Where's the research? Where is the debate? If it's about cost savings, where's the analysis? Because right now, what we're being given is a sales pitch. My second concern, the sole source contract. So we've all seen what happens in this city with sole source contracts. We've all seen it. We can refer back to the micro-shelter fiasco. That was another no-bid sole source contract. That project came in 3 times over budget. It was delivered late and allegedly did not meet Ontario Building Code. Sole source contract. And now you're asking to sole source our elections. I don't think so. No competitive bids, no accountability. We should be treating our elections like the sacred civic act that they are, not just another procurement to rubber stamp. And let's be clear, I'm not against modernizing elections. I'm not afraid of new tools, but not like this. Not without a plan, not without real conversation, and definitely not without fair and open competition. Which brings me to my third and final point, security. Now, I could speak from personal experience in regards to information security. Previously, when I came and criticized this city actually about another sole source contract, my home address was breached. The city provided my home address, phone number, name to 3 unknown individuals. That's where myself and my family live. So yes, I am cautious. But you don't have to take my word for it. Election experts across Canada, across the world, will tell you online voting is not secure. We could look back to 2018. As reported in Thorold today, over 50 municipalities contracted Dominion Voting to run their online elections. And on election night, that system crashed. Dr. Alexander Essex, a professor of software engineering at Western University and an expert in election security, put it plainly: internet voting is a really difficult security challenge that we have not solved. Now, I reached Dr. Essex yesterday at the university, and here's what he told me. The democratic and cyber risks associated with online voting stemming from technology and the general lack of regulation and oversight in the province are substantial and unresolved. Now, we challenged staff to answer this, and I know it's not a forum for debate, so perhaps this is a rhetorical question. But what independent, verifiable evidence does the system provide, if any, that the outcome is correct? How do we verify that? So I'll say, democracy should not be something we blindly trust to a corporation. Because here's the truth. Elections are not a cost. They're an investment. They're an investment in trust, turnout. They're an investment in democracy itself. Real democracy isn't something we outsource. It's something we show up for together as Hamiltonians. Let's keep it public, let's keep it fair, and most of all, let's keep it ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Ryan, we'll start with you. Anybody else that wants to speak, please add your name to the speakers list. Go ahead.
Thank you for your delegation today. I think that a lot of the issues that you've brought up are very salient and relevant. One of the things that I'd like to just ask you, did you know that the Ward 4 by-election, the trustee by-election, was run with a online voting contingent?
Yes, could you speak to how many votes were cast in the online process there?
Approximately half, so 50%.
I'm
But
just going to stop everybody. We're not going to get into an exchange.
fair.
Councillor will ask the question. You'll answer the question. We're not going
Appreciate
to.
that.
Okay, let's start again. Councillor Wayne, go ahead.
Thank you. So what do you know about the Dominion tabulators? What was it that caused you to say that you made the correlation directly that it was Dominion that was doing all of the online?
I did not.
Okay, so I just wanted to get some clarity on that because I got confused because I thought Dominion was really just the tabulating machines that are part of the election process. So that's why I got confused when you started to say that it was exactly Dominion that was the online contingent or the component of that.
No, so Dominion was contracted in those 50 municipalities. The election went down. Obviously, New Vote is the other component that we have here in Hamilton, Ontario. And what I can tell you is both of those systems, we around this horseshoe have no manner to independently verify the actual result.
Okay, that's a good question that I will ask staff. Okay, thank you for that.
And that's my concern, that these questions are being asked now as opposed to before the train left the station.
So just to let you know, and I don't want to debate, I just
Yep.
wanted to share.
I don't want you to debate either.
That before the Ward 4 by-election, we did ask New Vote to come out to Ward 4 to actually do a presentation on how the technology works and how it might move forward.
A sales pitch.
No, it
Andrew,
was,
don't cut, please.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
We're 3 minutes into the meeting and I've had to stop 3 times. Ask your questions, wait for her to finish, answer, and then we'll go back to the councillor.
Appreciate you.
so I just wanted to share with you that New Vote did come out to actually try and alleviate a lot of the concerns of both the trustee candidates as well as the public that was at the town hall. So that was just part of the the FAQ process in order to help alleviate some.
And what is your name? John.
I've done that before.
Okay, so thank you for that.
And so was that a question or just like a comment?
I'm getting to that.
Okay, yeah.
And so I think that the question that I'd like to ask you is that given the tight timelines with the Ward 8 by-election coming forward, what would have been your expected train of events that might have happened in order to help alleviate some of the questions you might have?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first and foremost, clear communication to the public that this is the intent not only for the upcoming by-election, but for the 2026 municipal election as we move forward. The plan is to obviously roll this out across the city, and that's within the documentation itself. I would like clear evidence that this body can audit the results and independently verify those, which we don't currently have. We don't need to move forward past that point because without that, there's no verification that the results are correct.
Okay, so having this as an agenda item at 8.4 is not enough information for you. Staff will be doing a presentation at that time, and they'll be also sharing the results and the thought process in which this has moved forward. So that's not enough information for you?
No. Again, I've spoken to independent experts in this space. Again, Dr. Essex made it clear that this voting method is not secure. And quite frankly, I don't believe city staff have the capabilities to make that call.
Oh, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Andrew, you may have already answered this in terms of your exchange with Councillor Huang. And I guess I want to preface this by saying I started this term relatively optimistic about online voting, and I'm losing some confidence, and a number of the questions that you've raised continue to erode my confidence on it, and we'll see where the debate goes later today. But where I was going, Andrew, is in the future, I anticipate at some point in the future, maybe within my lifetime, maybe beyond it, that we'll arrive at a place where a secure, confident, transparent method of online voting is somehow manifested. Based on the research that you've done, based on your delegation today, what would those conditions be, do you think, that would satisfy your concerns, the concerns of others in the community? What would we have to do? Where would we have to be to land this in a place where we would have universal adoption and confidence in our ability to deliver this? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. Again, that's a great question. And I'd probably refer back to what I had previously stated. So without independently verifiable methods to look at the results and ensure they're correct, we can't go forward with this. So until that's in place, I would not personally feel comfortable with online voting. Now, I will mention, as someone who works a little bit in the quantum computing space, I remain concerned as we look at longer timeframes where quantum computing is able to crack a lot of encryption. So even going forward, there's going to be more and more challenges.
Councillor?
Sorry, your space, sorry, through you, Chair. I'm not really familiar with the quantum computing space. I grow flowers for a living. So if you could just unpack that a little further, what exactly you're talking about there in terms of encryption and whatnot, I'm lost.
Right. So right now we're on the precipice of some breakthroughs in quantum computing. Broadly speaking, quantum computing theorizes and is now starting to prove that essentially you can have endless computational power by you having an atom in two places at the same time. That allows for essentially any encryption to be cracked, be it the blockchain, bank codes that are 1,000 characters long. It enables massive amounts of cracking of any security systems. So that's coming online very shortly if you look at Qubit or other companies like that.
Okay. Thank you for the answer, and thank you for the knowledge transfer there, Andrew. I think my confidence continues to be eroded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I do not have anyone else on the speakers list unless someone's going to start waving their hands at me. I don't see that. Andrew, thanks for coming in today.
Thank you again.
Moving on to 6.2, Peter Daikowski, respecting online voting. I'll call on Peter to come down to the podium. Peter, once you start, we'll start the 5-minute clock, and then we'll see if there's some questions for you after your delegation. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Peter.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and through you to the committee. Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Peter Daikowski. I'm a Hamilton dad and a longtime Ward 3 resident, and I'm very concerned about the proposal for online voting. Now, Andrew said a lot of what I could say, so I'll tell you about back in October of 2022, the last municipal election. I was out pounding the pavement myself, not canvassing for votes, but I was with my eldest daughter. We were selling Girl Guide cookies. So she was a spark, very cute. I would let her go up to the doors, and I'd stay on the sidewalk, and I'd let her do her thing, and I felt it was really good communication skill building. So she'd knock on the door. I remember being on Maplewood Avenue, and she was knocking on a door, and I was on the sidewalk. I could see the TV was on, people were home. She kept knocking at the door. Maybe they peeked. There was some rustling around. They would not answer the door for this cute little girl. Eventually, she gave up. She was very persistent. She's like her dad. So then we went to another house, and we were selling another box of cookies. And this lady ran up, and she said, "Are you selling Girl Guide cookies?" We said, "Yes." And she said, "I'm sorry I didn't open my door. I thought you were here for the election." And so this is all of you people knocking on the doors, canvassing. She'd been through a municipal election, before that a provincial election. Because she lived on a bus route, she wasn't getting a minute of peace, so much so that she was barricaded inside her house against a cute little girl selling Girl Guide cookies that everybody loves. Now, as I've run in an election, I was a bronze medalist in 2019, and I can tell you sadly that signs don't vote, but everyone wants to get signs. So they're hounding her for signs on a bus route. She can't get a moment's peace. Imagine if instead of behind that door, a canvasser had not the promise of a sign that might influence some people, but a vote that they could lock in. And once that vote is cast, it can't go for anybody else. You could lock in that vote right there on the doorstep. And that is one of the scarier prospects of online voting. Now, in those documents I shared, there's 3 pieces I shared with you from Thorold. So the first is an article from Thorold Today back in October 2022. Now, this is relevant because their clerk then is our clerk now, fantastic guy, but he'll have complete authority within the Act once it's given to him by council to implement online voting. So this is the last say that our elected representatives will have on how this goes. And then it's up to an individual's discretion. So how did it go in Thorold? Well, they had, you'll see in the first article, October, 12 days. So instead of election day, you have a 12-day long voting day. The next document I provided is the actual Thorold guide that they gave to all the citizens, how to vote, what is online voting, how do you use it. And so if you look at that, you'll see it promises voting anytime, anywhere, 24/7. So that means that you could vote from your dining room, your living room, meeting room, lunchroom, bathroom. Everywhere becomes a polling station. Now think about our polling stations, the effort we go to secure and scrutineer and make sure that we have very safe election practices, and some of it is even theater to reassure us that we've got safe election practices. And then we take our ballot and we go into that sacred little voting booth and we have our cherished secret ballot. That's such an important thing in our electoral process, having that secret ballot. Well, this does away with that. This negates the secret ballot. It negates all the security. We can have wonderful, perfect polling places, but if anyone can vote anytime, anywhere, as this document promises, anything can happen. And if you look at that third document, that's the post-mortem. What happened in Thorold after that? Well, many councillors regretted it, but once the genie's out of the bottle, you can't put it back, and there were big problems. And we're talking about little Thorold, where they may be having 5,000 votes cast. This is Hamilton. We're a big city. We're going to have big city problems. Now, I heard a ding. I think my 5 minutes are up. Oh, well then. What else do you guys want to talk about? Now, coming back to the idea, our elections should be special. We're hoping to raise engagement with this, but when you tell people that something isn't special, I can vote from my phone and then go back to my Wordle as soon as I'm done, that's not special. When we have election day, when we all go together as a political body to our polling stations, we're telling each other it's special. I don't think from all the many ways we're now allowing people to vote with advanced polling and mail voting that we've increased voter turnout. In fact, I think there's a long-term trend of declining voter turnout. I don't think spreading voting out over 12 days, reducing the social pressure to vote on voting day, removing it from the calendar of joint civic events is going to help us vote. So we have online voting, which will remove the security that we enjoy and that we perceive, and that perception is very important. and it's going to expose our most vulnerable people to exploitation. Talking about those aggressive canvassers, we are going to have unscrupulous bad actors taking advantage of vulnerable people, the elderly, the guy who's going to wire $40,000 to a Nigerian prince off of an email. You're going to get his vote off at the doorstep.
Peter, I need you to wrap up, please.
Now we're here. And immigrant communities, we're going to see people dragooned to vote for a preferred candidate that might not be in their individual self-interest. We're exposing these people, these various groups, to manipulation. And thank you for this time.
Thank you. I have 2 speakers on the list so far. Councillor Clark, you're up. Seems you're having issues unmuting, Councillor. I'm going to go to the next speaker, come back to you. Would that be okay? Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Appreciating the concern you're raising. Just to summarize, vote anywhere, anytime. There's a concern. I didn't hear the same concern about mail-in voting. Can you just help me understand why, kind of based on the concerns you're bringing forward, one fails this test and one passes the test, as they're both unsupervised systems that are vote anywhere, anytime? So what's the distinction in the use of technology there?
Thank you. Voting, mail-in voting, it's already out there. We've already allowed it. There are some very valid criticisms of the mail-in voting process, and there's efforts to try to make it more secure. Before that's perfect, we're now expanding remote unsupervised voting in a massive way with this online system. It's not smart, it isn't safe, and we don't have enough evidence from prolonged usage of this system. You know, I researched, and so this is through the chair, I researched several municipalities in Ontario who've used this technology. I'm not satisfied that there's a comparable city to Hamilton that has a track record that we can turn to say this is trustable technology.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just, again, want to make sure I'm understood. So the distinction between online voting and mail-in voting, you have some concerns with both, don't think they're adjudicated with mail-in, but it seems like the distinction here is just one's new. Like that's, like what's the difference in terms of your concerns about the reliability of the election? Is it a perception concern because it's a new technology and so it's more in the perception lane? I'm just trying to take the feedback you offered and then apply it to the actual situations we have. And I was hearing that vote anywhere, anytime means anything can happen, but we do have vote anywhere, anytime, and we have almost every election I've ever participated in. So I'm just trying to understand the concern you're bringing forward and make sure we can put it appropriately in this consideration.
Through the chair, the mail-in voting process, again, it has been addressed as an area of concern by many people, but we have established a process that's been more or less broadly accepted. With online voting, we have an opportunity to pump the brakes on something that's going to massively expand some of those same concerns, but also introduce a number of new ones and make it easier and faster and simpler to force or to collect an illicit vote or a coerced vote. With the mail-in ballot process, there's a multi-step and time-delayed procedure that must be followed to obtain the ballot and to submit it. If you read the guide, and I encourage you to read that thorough votes guide, and every committee member should look at that because it raises about a dozen questions that should be asked about this system that would need to be resolved before it could be confidently recommended to the City of Hamilton. So I encourage you to read through that. This can be done very rapidly, this registration process. So this allows an unscrupulous canvasser to obtain a vote on the spot. And that's alarming. That's something that's new. That's something that, unless you happen to have the mail-in ballot sitting on your table, when someone is there, that doesn't exist with mail-in voting.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. We'll get to it later. I would imagine there's similarly a registration and a login process. You can't just open your phone and vote. But again, I hear you're saying it's a different scenario, and I'll take that and appreciate that. Through you, Chair. Just last question from me. I heard we're not seeing we're allowing people to vote by mail. We're allowing people to vote earlier and earlier, but I'm not seeing a change in turnout. Was I think one of the points shared summarizing there. I broadly speaking agree. I think we haven't seen big changes in turnout. My question to you is one thing we have seen a dramatic difference in, and this is in almost every place, is people vote earlier when they have the choice. Something like we're going from what used to be 10% of votes cast and advance votes getting close to 40% in some cases. So there's clearly people are using the options available, but maybe not new people, it's existing voters potentially. Do you just have any comment on that?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, we see certain people choosing to vote earlier. I would argue that these may be our highest intent voters who are going to be voting anyways. The briefing notes for today's meeting that were prepared by staff use the word convenience or conveniently about 6 times, 5 or 6 times. I was just struck by how many times I was reading convenience, 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 not necessity. I don't think voting should be convenient necessarily. I think it should be very thoughtful. I think it should take a degree of effort and intent. And by allowing the people who really want to vote to go out and vote early, well, our eagerest voters are going to vote on election day. By bringing those votes forward, we're now removing that public civic pressure from election day itself. Fewer people voting on election day means you no longer have a mass movement of voting on election day. And this will lead further to the withering of the importance of election day and provide less pressure for those lower intent voters to go out and vote on election day when it's presumed that everybody's already voted by then.
Okay, I have Councillor Clark. How's the microphone? It's on, but we can't hear you. I still can't hear you. Okay, we'll come back to you after the next speaker. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm certainly not an IT expert, but I have had some experience, and my only suggestion might be sometimes we can hear the councillor online even without the headphone, so if they just wanted to try that next, but I'll leave Councillor Clark with that. Thank you for your delegation. I'm just not sure I understood. There were a couple of references to trying to discern different types of voters, and you made specific reference to exposing our immigration community to manipulation. Could you help me understand what that means? Through the chair.
Certainly, thank you. Through the chair. We have, and it's acknowledged pretty broadly, vulnerable groups in our population, people who are more susceptible to coercion economically and politically. I mentioned the elderly as a group who may very likely be manipulated when they're exposed to a canvasser or campaign workers who are able to extract a vote from them on the spot. I mentioned new immigrant communities where they might have extremely strong social bonds and pressures that compel them to vote a certain way, and we're denying them the privacy of the voting booth. We're taking away their secret ballot by bringing this online voting into their hands, into their homes, into their community centers. It's impossible to say no, and if there's a tremendous amount of pressure on you to vote a particular way, it's difficult to resist. That's why we have the secret ballot. We didn't always have a secret ballot. The secret ballot came about because it was seen how much manipulation and coercion would be exerted upon individuals when their vote was known. The secret ballot was brought in to protect workers from their employers, forcing them to vote a certain way. So absolutely, I think if we do away with the secret ballot entirely, which is what this will do, we will see our very vulnerable people, including new immigrant communities, manipulated. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor?
So by definition,
Sorry, Councillor, can you just move your microphone a bit? Thanks.
thank you, sorry about that. So by definition, immigrants are more susceptible to manipulation because they're immigrants or because they don't have experience voting? I'm still not clear. I don't want to debate, but the point was made and I would like to try and understand it because I think it's important. Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair. the social bonds in certain immigrant communities are much stronger than in many communities in ours as a whole, united by language barriers and very tight family structures. Yes, I think there are a number of new immigrant groups which will be more exposed to harm by removing their secret ballot than maybe I might be.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, want to give it another shot?
Can you hear me?
We can. There.
Oh my God, wonderful news.
Go ahead.
I've done it. Don't touch anything, please. I was trying to get an better understanding, and I was trying to read through the presentation from the delegate chair. What were the negatives in Thorold?
Thank you. And through the chair, in Thorold's experience, there were a number of negatives highlighted by councillors, one of which were instances of individual voters receiving multiple voter cards. This speaks to potential flaws in the system and its ability to ensure one vote per voter, which is a tremendous concern. And then I'd also note that Thorold, which took this on with the promise of increasing voter turnout, actually saw a dramatic decline year over year, the election over election, from 2018, where they had just over 5,100 votes, over 30% turnout. 2022, they had a turnout just shy of 25%. So they had over 5% drop in voter turnout. I guess close to 17% in absolute terms, decline in voter turnout.
And Chair, is the delegate trying to indicate that the drop in voter turnout was as a result of the experiment with online voting?
Through the chair, I think that it is a correlation that should be explored seriously. We saw a very modest decline, relatively speaking, in our voter turnout between those two elections. So if there was a regional trend towards a lower turnout, they certainly exceeded it. And as limited as my knowledge of Thorold politics may be, I'd argue that their shift to online voting was probably the most dramatic change in their electoral landscape that cycle.
Yeah, I guess the challenge, Chair, is I can't find the direct correlation that online voting resulted in lower voting. It's more likely that the drop in voting numbers was that there was not a significant issue prompting individuals to get out and vote. Is that not a possibility?
Through the chair, I acknowledged that same possibility, and I decided to look at another much larger municipality that rolled out online voting, Markham, in 2022. And Markham saw only 68,641 votes cast versus over 74,000 in 2018. And they recorded a voter turnout in 2018 at a lower population, 38.6%, and that dropped to 32%. So I haven't yet been able to find a city comparable to Hamilton. I don't think Markham is directly comparable to Hamilton. I don't think of Markham as a real city, but they're certainly closer to us in population than Thorold. And it's interesting that a city that you would think would have a lot of municipal issues that people would want to address at an election saw an over 6%, nearly 7% drop in their turnout once they introduced online voting.
We've lost you, Councillor. I hope you didn't touch anything. Nope. Okay, we'll try again. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. So 2 questions. One thing I hear from seniors, you mentioned seniors, one thing I hear from seniors downtown a fair bit is that there aren't polling stations necessarily located near their building. The Durand neighborhood, where we have 13,000 people living in the most density of seniors in apartment buildings, many of them feel like they can't access polling stations because of a physical disability, something else that's going on. It makes it difficult for them to get to the polling station. What they've actually said to me at the door is, I love the internet, I use the internet, I love online voting to be able to help me to access this process better, because it's not physically possible for us to meet the density requirements in a neighborhood like Durand because we simply don't have enough staff to have a polling station in every building. Where we do see polling stations in buildings, there are kind of, there's a high correlation in a turnout. But seniors are asking at the doors, have asked me for this very thing. How do you not see this as a reduction of a barrier to help seniors when they're asking for this directly?
Thank you. And through the chair, perhaps we need more polling stations. We've brought curbside voting in recently, which has been, I think, well received by people with mobility difficulties. That seems like a wonderful way to encourage and help these people to vote. More polling stations would certainly make it easier for many people to vote within our current voting system. And one of the promises of this new online voting world is ultimately a reduction in polling stations. One of the promises that we might save money, which I'm extremely skeptical of, is that we're going to reduce the number of physical polling stations. And for every senior citizen that you're hearing from, I'd argue that there's just as many or maybe many more that you're not hearing from. And when we think of these vulnerable communities, these people are exposed more than anyone to having their secret ballot taken away from them and having to vote according to either a family member's orders or, again, we're going to expose people to unscrupulous canvassers. Just like that lady wouldn't open her door on Maplewood, these apartment buildings will be scoured top to bottom. You're going to have teams working them. There's going to be a tremendous incentive, and we might not see it right away, but over successive election cycles, we're going to see more and more aggressive behavior from campaigns targeting that immediate vote.
Sorry, I think that's a prediction or a fear you're proposing, but no, you have no evidence to support that that's actually happened, do you?
Through the chair, I hope I'm not going to have evidence that it's going to happen. I think that's a very reasonable expectation. And one of the roles that we turn to our councillors and committee members for is to make prudent decisions about the potential future impacts of policy. So we don't have a crystal ball to tell us how people will use it in 2026 or 2030, but we can look at other changes in our electoral landscape, and we can look at markets in general and see how economic incentives change behavior. You get what you pay for. If you incentivize something, you will get it and you'll get more of it. And we're going to be incentivizing campaigns to use high pressure tactics to take advantage of the vulnerable. This is exactly what the secret ballot was introduced to prevent. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor?
Are you aware of the recruitment and staffing concerns with respect to staffing municipal elections and the correlation between those things and the number of polling stations we have?
Through the chair. Yes, personnel for elections are extremely important. I believe that that should be a focus to increase the staffing and recruitment for polling stations to make sure that we have fully manned polling stations so that every voter can have access via polling station and have trust in the integrity of our elections.
Sorry, my question was about the correlation between the recruitment process and the number of polling stations, not about the need for polling stations. I think everyone agrees we want to have as many polling stations as we can have. If you looked at the data collected by municipalities across the province, one of the biggest challenges they face is being able to find enough people to do the work. They're willing to pay them, they're willing to have them there on the day of. I'm not sure if you know what happens here at the city, but actually we second a large portion of our municipal staff actually to facilitate that gap, and we still don't have enough staff. So I'm asking if you've looked at the data on that.
Through the chair, we have an identified issue of staff for polling stations and difficulties in recruitment. Why not, and I'll answer the question. I believe that we ought to fix that problem rather than to create an entirely new host of problems to work around it. Yes, I'll acknowledge that there's a problem in recruitment. I think there are solutions. I look at many organizations who require personnel to survive, and they solve that particular operational question.
Okay, last question through the chair is about the Ward 4 by-election. As you know, the Ward 4 by-election used online voting. Do you have any evidence to suggest that any of the things that you said happened in Ward 4 during the election, where almost 50% of people successfully used online voting?
Through the chair, 213 people chose to use online voting in a very low turnout school board trustee by-election. That is not, in my opinion, a comparable election to a Hamilton municipal election where billions of dollars are at stake. We have shown ourselves willing to sign very hefty sole-sourced contracts. The incentive to manipulate our municipal elections is tremendous. It's quantifiable. A 213 vote school board election that was very low turnout is not a comparable example.
Thank you. One sec, Councillor, go ahead.
I hope that the delegate is not inferring that the election staff are manipulating elections, just because that feels like it is a assertion that we are doing something, that our staff are doing something nefarious, and I hope that they could retract that statement.
Through the chair, I don't believe I said.
I don't believe that those words were used. I can't remember exactly what was said, but I'll just say if you were heading down that path, please don't go down that path. I don't believe I heard that staff was called nefarious or were at the by-election were doing things they shouldn't have been doing. I didn't hear that, but if you are going down that path, I'd ask you not to. Okay?
No, thank you, Chair, and I will stand by every single word that I said up until this point, and I'll further clarify that that risk exists. That is a risk factor. There are bad actors who do not work for the city and who are not elected city officials who have tremendous incentives to interfere with our electoral practices to seek their own benefit. That is a very real risk that exists in every jurisdiction that holds elections, and it's one of the reasons why we have a secret ballot today.
Thanks. And through the chair, just to clarify, my original question wasn't quite what you answered. I was just asking if you have any evidence to support it. I understand that we can't directly compare the trustee election to a citywide Hamilton election, and no one would ever suggest otherwise. What I'm asking you is if there's any evidence from the Ward 4 election that you have of anything you claim today. That's all I'm asking, if you have any evidence.
Through the chair, one of my claims is being that the introduction of online voting reduces the stakes and the importance of election day. And given the extremely low voter turnout in that election, I would say that it's not that assertion I made is not disproven by the low vote in that election.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tattison? See if your microphone works.
Can you hear me, Council?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Peter, thanks for raising some interesting issues. Aggressive campaigning, incentivizing, things like this. I just want to say that I'm a guy that ran a campaign from my ping pong table in my garage, so there's no aggression. I'm very good friends with all the people that I ran against. So, you know, there's another side to this as well. But again, you have raised some good issues. So I just want to say, in my experience at City Hall, I sit on a committee, it's called ACPD. It's Accessibility Committee for People with Disabilities. There's a number of different people that sit on this board that face different challenges that you and I probably don't face, but they are very tech savvy. And similar to what Councillor Critch said, convenience is important to them because it allows for better accessibility. And accessibility is one of our pillars that we propose to forward at the city here. So I've heard your answer. You said curbside voting and so forth as a response, online voting, helping with
Councillor, you have a question coming, I'm assuming, at some point? Councillor, a question is coming, right? This isn't a time for comments.
I see online voting as helping with accessibility. And I just want to know, Peter, have you reached out to members of this community to gain an understanding of their wishes before you've come here today and done your delegation?
Thank you. Through the chair, I only found out about this particular proposal 2 days ago. And I thought it remarkable that such a tremendous change to our elections was taking place so quietly and with so little publicity. Maybe I don't pay attention to the news. I think I do. I think I'm a fairly avid consumer of our local politics. I certainly take a lot of interest in it. But I only found out about this 2 days ago, and I instantly identified the risk to our secret ballot. And that secret ballot, if you look back at history, is extremely important. And if you think about all of our vulnerable populations, not simply people who have mobility challenges, but all types of vulnerabilities, they're exposed by the loss of the secret ballot more than anybody else. Now, to the concerns about our disabled citizens with mobility challenges, could voting technology similar to this be used in smaller voting stations that are supervised, that still allow for a secret ballot? That's interesting. That's maybe something that this committee should be exploring. Do I think that on balance, those people will be benefited over time, over the successive elections by bringing in this change? I don't think so. I think the harm to our electoral politics will be greater than the benefit to any one person individually.
Councillor Tattison?
Okay, thanks, Peter. And my experience with my neighboring jurisdictions to the south of me, like Haldeman and so forth, that have involved, that have done online voting.
Question, right, Councillor
The
Tattison?
concerns are not as great as what you've proposed here, but I just want to say that I appreciate what you've raised today, and I encourage you to seek further information about it, and I appreciate that you came in today. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, how's the microphone?
Well, we're going to try the computer mic. Is that working?
That is fantastic. Go ahead.
Sorry about the mess ups with the headsets. That's very frustrating from my end. I'm sure it's frustrating at your end, Chair. Just one last question, if I may, to the delegate. Is the delegate satisfied that the City of Hamilton has conducted enough research to verify that online voting can be done authentically?
Through the chair, at this point, no.
Thank you.
Upon comparing the documents prepared for today's meeting with the questions that I was able to very reasonably raise from just a cursory analysis of prior cases, including the Thorold voting guide, there are at least a dozen questions that I think that this committee needs to explore and get solid answers on.
Those are all my questions, Chair. Thank you to the delegate.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other committee members? No. Councillor Francis, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. And this is not a swipe at Councillor Clark. I find it interesting we're having trouble getting our microphones sorted out in chambers here, which is probably the simplest of virtual tools that we have, but we're considering putting our elections online. Peter, as a former bronze medal candidate yourself, which you have mentioned, I'm sure you had an opportunity to see firsthand how these campaigns work. Do you think it's possible if online voting was implemented, that somebody could go around with an iPad or a smartphone, sign people up at a park, at a shelter, at an event, at their doorstep, and coerce folks to vote on the spot? I know you touched upon this, but could you expand upon this a little bit for me?
Thank you. And through the chair, reviewing the identification and registration procedures that were implemented in the Thorold voting program, which I encourage everyone to look at, there's ample opportunity for both the voter to be coerced on the spot to complete that process and cast a vote, and also for someone who may not even be the voter to complete that process on behalf of the voter. In my experience campaigning, we had a great team. I wanted to make sure that we took advantage of all of the variables that were available to us to reach as many people as possible, to spread the message that I had to spread. And we used technology for that. We had a system provided by the Conservative Party of Canada called SIMS. I believe it's Constituent Information Management System. And we all had the app on our phones. And it allowed us a very detailed canvas. We were able to knock on a door. We knew the voters that we expected to be home. We were able to track their intent, have a great conversation, but at the end of the day, we wanted to try to understand who we should bring our message to more, who we wanted to reach out to on election day and encourage, come on out and vote. And all the very best run and managed campaigns do that. And if you're not doing that, then you're leaving a lot of potential opportunity to reach your electorate and make sure that your electorate votes. You're leaving that on the table. And back to my comments about when you build in economic incentives, if we have a system that incentivizes locking in those votes early, we're going to see people with iPads, with technology in their hands, doing that same canvassing, but instead the win isn't going to be just marking off a likely voter that we're going to send a mail out to. The win is going to be locking in that vote on the spot. The temptation will be far too great, and we will see, hopefully not many people, but it will be done. And if we bring this in, I think it's a certainty that it will happen. And hopefully, if it's brought in against my better advice, it's not that bad, but I'm worried I'm going to be proven correct.
Councillor?
No, I appreciate the answer. That I couldn't agree with you more. And I think of all the risks, and there are many, and many more than just using paper ballots. I think this is perhaps the most concerning and likely situation that's going to occur. And that's very troubling. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further speakers on the list. Peter, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Mover and second to receive the delegations and refer them to consideration of item 8.4. Councillor Wang, Councillor Alex Wilson. Show of hands. Thank you. Items for information. Mover and second to put the items of information on the floor. 7.1 FCS 25039 Hamilton Waterfront Trust audited financial statements citywide. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Alex Wilson. Are there any questions for staff on this report? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to 7.2, FCS, excuse me, 25027, ward-specific funding initiatives update. Any questions? Councillor Maureen Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just to seek clarification publicly, what is the date of these submissions, please, and thank you.
Director Weaver.
Good morning. Kirk Weaver, Acting Director, Financial Planning, Administration and Policy. This report is an annual report prepared to provide the balances as of December 31st, 2024 for these accounts.
Thank you. And to help me understand, is the date of that, the end of December, is that to match up just by the year? It's just when I look at it, 6 months hence, there's some distinction between what we have in our records and what's publicly here. I guess my question is there a reason that we can't provide more up to date through the chair?
Through the chair, we can provide, let me back up. Traditionally, this is done based on the fiscal year end. And in the past, councillors did not receive the monthly updates that they currently do. So we can take that away, certainly, councillor, and adjust some of our processes if and in future be able to bring perhaps more current information.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, councillor.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. Namely, when I'm looking back at some of these things, I ought to have caught this probably in a previous year and just didn't see it. And so it's probably a bit of an antique question in that way. Appendix A, page 4 of 11. When I look at the opening balance for 2022, I see a negative opening balance of $1.45 million in the Ward 4 Capital Reinvestment Reserve. Can you unpack that for me to understand? I do know it's somewhat of a tradition anecdotally for councillors just to try and spend the money they have in their accounts during a term of council, but this is coming in at a deficit. And so I don't quite understand exactly how that happened.
Through the chair, I don't have that particular information with me today. Happy to take that offline or provide that information and explanation back to the full committee following this meeting.
Sure, could I ask from a more process or policy related angle though, like to understand that? I ask because recently we saw when Councillor Danko at his last meeting here, he was sort of spending ahead, or trying to spend ahead to 2026. How does this work, essentially? I know when I'm trying to spend money, I take a lot of care to go to the finance staff and say, okay, this is what I'm trying to do. Is it appropriate for me to use it from this account? Do I have enough funds there from your perspective? And so on, right? And there's a lot of limits and checks and balances there that maybe are self-imposed by me. What are the city's processes for this? How could one overspend to the point of a deficit?
Through the chair, the process you described is accurate in terms of how those funds get allocated. In this particular instance, I would have to go back, and there may have been an adjustment in the capital project, a capital project that was funded at some point that resulted in a deficit, but I'd have to go back and investigate the specifics. The process you described, though, there are checks and balances where councillors reach out to staff and balances are generally checked, and as well as eligibility criteria for the particular project to be funded.
Great. So may I just put a motion forward to ask for a report back here? I think it's important for us to have the conversation in public and understand what's happening. So could I do that by asking maybe at our next meeting you could report back on this through a memo? Is that reasonable?
Through the chair, we should be able to, in a memo format, we should be able to do that for the next meeting, which I believe is July 31st.
Yes. So I'm happy to move that right now.
Good with you. Clerk, you have that language.
You're looking to report back on the monthly?
I'm looking to report back on the specifically in the Ward 4 capital reinvestment charges from 2022 to understand how they arrived at a deficit there. I'd like to understand that from the perspective of actually like what the spending was there that made that happen, but B, also what our policy and process is. As I'll say a little more as you're typing, just that I think what I'm hearing is that the process I go through in my office is somewhat voluntary. And so I'd like to understand how that works a bit better in terms of our process, but also exactly what happened in the situation. And so by our next AFA meeting, which is July 31st, my secondary is Councillor Maureen Wilson.
And I would say, Director, don't just focus on the Ward 4, because I think there's probably some other instances where other wards fell into a deficit. So if we can just understand how, not just the Ward 4 one, but how other ward budgets have gone deficit and why. They might be the same reason, they might be different, but I don't think we want to focus on.
There's no other deficits except for Ward 4, according to this report.
There is? There isn't?
It's just Ward 4, according to this report.
Okay. Clerk, let me know when you're ready with that. We can do that right now. Just waiting to, yeah. Are you putting that up on the screen, Clerk, or the votes? Okay, the vote is up.
Oh.
Take it down, take it down. You have a question, Counselor? Okay.
Councillor Tattison, we're just waiting for you. Thumbs up, thank you. Okay, ready?
And that carries 8-0. Thank you. Back to, any more questions, Counselor? You're good? Anyone else? No? Okay. We are going to receive the items for information by a show of hands because I believe I already have a mover and a seconder. Show of hands, please, in favor. And that carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 8.1, AUD 25007, Directly Operated Child Care Center, Red Hill Family Center, Value for Money Audit. We do have a presentation, but before we get to the presentation, I will go to the city manager to introduce the report.
Through the chair, thank you. And just as they're getting set up, I just wanted to say a few words about this item. The Officer of the Auditor General will be presenting the value for money audit on the Red Hill, which was conducted in response to the Ministry of Education's directive to review directly operated child care centers. But as they begin, I just want to thank the Auditor General and their team for their thoughtful and comprehensive work on this audit, which really helps us to improve our services. And I also wanted to recognize our city staff for their continued commitment to the high-quality, family-centered care that they offer. The audit affirms the performance of the Red Hill Family Center related to this family-first approach that they take, the wraparound process, and the high-quality services that are offered, with no recommendation to consider outsourcing. And the audit outlines 14 recommendations that are aimed at strengthening performance measurement and supporting continuous improvement. And that's really critical because we need to always be looking for ways to grow and improve. So what I wanted to highlight about this one in particular is that it's been especially encouraging that the child care team really embraced this process throughout. And many of the actions are already in progress or complete. And as we all know, audits are incredibly valuable. They're not just about oversight. They're a tool that we get to use to actively enhance the services that we provide as a city. And they really do work best when the team being reviewed embraces that process with openness and a willingness to improve. And I think that's been the case here. We had an excellent audit done, as we always do, from our Auditor General, and we had a commitment from the team to take this seriously and to action things right away. And it really does reaffirm the commitment to accountability and transparency, and ultimately helps us to give better outcomes, in this case for children and families in Hamilton. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank the parties involved.
Thank you, City Manager. At this time, I'll call upon Deputy Auditor General Bridget Menard to the podium to begin the presentation. And I will give you the full 10 minutes. I won't minus any. I'm just joking.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the Office of the Auditor General team for this audit, Lead Auditor, Senior Audit and Investigation Specialist Dennis Guy, and Auditor General Charles Brown, who worked on this file with me. So the city manager answered the question about why would we complete this audit. There was a directive from the provincial ministry that this audit be completed, and that independent advice was to be retained and a value for money audit to be conducted. As an independent Auditor General, the ministry accepts a report from our office similar to that of an external auditing firm. So what were our audit objectives? We were evaluating financial management practices for prudent fund use, including compliance with the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Guidelines, also known as CWELC. You'll hear that come up frequently. Next, assess the operational efficiency and sustainability in delivering childcare services. We evaluated the effectiveness of programs in achieving outcomes, including governance and oversight. We assessed compliance with relevant laws, regulations, and strategic planning frameworks, performed benchmarking to compare the Red Hill Family Center to other relevant local childcare operators, and we identified areas for improvement and provided our 14 recommendations. The audit scope covered the period 2019 to 2023 and examined the key elements of value for money during this time period. Value for money traditionally consists of economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. These are the top three components of the pyramid on the screen, with the base of the pyramid being compliance, which is extremely important in the provision of safe childcare. Our program effectiveness work included an assessment of service quality, equity, and accessibility, achievement of educational and strategic goals, and satisfaction of stakeholder needs. Operational efficiency evaluated if there was economical sourcing of inputs, examination of resource allocation, utilization, staff productivity, facility management, and workforce sustainability. Financial management work included a review of budgeting, financial planning, revenue and expenditure analysis, risk analysis, and internal control systems. For compliance, we evaluated adherence to regulatory requirements, policies, and oversight. As you can see on the slide here, we did a wide range of tools and techniques to learn more about childcare and the Hamilton Red Hill experience for this audit. I won't go into great detail. We'll focus more on the other slides. So the question you might be asking is, what is the council support annually of Red Hill? Red Hill annually receives funding from the City of Hamilton's tax levy. On average, the city augments provincial and federal funding with about $290,000 annually, which represents an average of 12% of annual expenses at Red Hill. Annual support from the City of Hamilton suggests that there is a difference between the province's required and funded service expectations and the service level provided by Red Hill. Council's annual financial support was consistent over the audit timeframe and is included in our analysis, and is suggestive that it will be a continuing need moving forward. Considering the significant changes the childcare system has seen in the past few years with the implementation of the CWELC system and the current transition to a new funding approach, there appears to be potential risk in both relying on the city funding moving forward and also not having the funding moving forward. The province's approach is generally moving away from a revenue replacement approach to a more benchmarking and standard costing regime. Red Hill needs to assess the emerging risks and derive mitigation strategies accordingly. One likely risk is that the cost elements could face a more strictly controlled and disciplined environment. Children's Services staff will need to continue to assess the situation as more details of the new funding model become available. We are informed just prior to finalizing this report that Red Hill has been selected using provincial criteria for a detailed cost review using 2025 actual expenditures. This review should help Red Hill to focus their risk management efforts accordingly. So Red Hill's primary cost driver is staffing, which is reflected in relatively high costs for salaries and benefits, which account for an average of 88% of total annual expenses, or an average of $2.14 million in the 5 years of data reviewed by our office. We also perform benchmarking to see how Red Hill compared to other similar childcare operators. To undertake our benchmarking analysis, we carefully developed a set of criteria to guide our selection of benchmark operators to ensure similar operators were selected. The criteria are listed on the slide above, and 17 local providers were used in our benchmarking analysis. The table on this slide shows Red Hill's cost by category as a percent of total costs and compares them with the benchmarked operator group, which is that group of 17 operators. You can see that Red Hill's percentage of costs for administration and occupancy are well below the benchmarked operators. Part of this is because salaries and benefits are correspondingly high, a larger component of overall expenses. However, we also found that there were certain types of costs that were not reflected in Red Hill's expenses that are reflected in the benchmarked group. Therefore, the Red Hill data did not always reflect the full cost of service. For example, under administration, there was an absence of insurance, audit, accounting, and human resources related processing and expenses that either reflect services that are not used or services that are received from other city departments but are not explicitly charged to Red Hill. Similarly, for occupancy-related expenses, there was either an absence of certain costs or some that we believe did not reflect the full value of the services that Red Hill receives from the city. The average value of these items for the benchmarked operators was estimated to be about $110,000 annually. And after adding this estimate to Red Hill's actual expenses, we revised the percentages of each category, which are shown in the Red Hill revised column on the right-hand side of this slide. The result was that the salary and benefits cost category fell to 84%, whereas administration and occupancy costs rose to 3% and 7% respectively. There is a confounding issue that needed to be addressed in order to compare cost effectiveness between Red Hill and other similar operators. Any per-child cost measure fails in addressing the impact of the differing staff requirements due to the different mix of age groups that operators have. The measure does not consider the legislated staff-to-child ratios, and we've already seen that salaries and benefits are the main cost driver in childcare. This is because younger age groups require more staff per child, which increases the per-child staffing costs and subsequently the overall staffing costs. So as you can see on this slide here, the younger the child, the more the required staff. So you can see if you take a group of 40 children, the staffing requirements can range from 5 to 12. So we did some work to adjust for this and account for this to make our analysis more valid. So what we did was we calculated the cost per required program resource. It's a proxy for a unit cost. It is not the cost of an individual program resource, an educator, and it is not representative salaries. It's the cost per child or space. It factors in all of the expenses of operating the Red Hill Centre. This method has also been used recently by the District of Parry Sound and the District of Rainy River in their value for money audits that were released. So when we compare Red Hill, benchmarking the cost per required program resource, we split it into quartiles, and Red Hill is in the highest quartile of similar providers. So essentially, they're spending $170,000 per year. It's not only in the highest quartile, which begins at $108,000 per required program resource, it is the highest cost per required worker of the benchmarked providers. The main driver of Red Hill's annual expenditures is salaries and benefits, 88% of annual expenses. So the contributing factors, hourly wages, percent of registered early childhood educators. So Red Hill's ratio of registered early childhood educators compounds the financial impact of hourly wages described above. The ministry sets the proportion of required staff that must be qualified RECEs, which in Red Hill's case is 8 of the 14 educators. Red Hill has a staffing complement of 100% registered early childhood educators, and it exceeds the provincial requirement, raising the overall cost of staffing compared to other providers. There is also higher special needs resourcing and a higher level of employee benefits. Utilization rates, moving on to the next slide here. Red Hill has a 96% utilization rate. To determine the utilization rate, we divided operating capacity by license capacity, and this measure provides a percentage of space deemed licensed for a child that's being used. License capacity is the maximum number of children in each age category allowed to be receiving childcare, and it's based on the available physical space. Operating capacity is the number of childcare spaces an operator is currently staffed for in accordance with staffing ratios prescribed in the provincial legislation. Red Hill is in the second quartile and is performing better than the median. Red Hill has a vacancy rate of 11%, and they are in the highest quartile for vacancy rate with some room to improve. Time on task. So a review of daily and weekly schedules demonstrated that registered early childhood educators spend 90% of their time providing direct care to children, with 10% of their week reserved for program and classroom planning. This high time on task ratio suggests that teachers are supported to do what they do best rather than dividing their attention between multiple tasks or roles. Is Red Hill meeting its objectives? So overall, we found staff have more experience than the system average. Parent satisfaction is higher than the system average. Red Hill is actively addressing system priorities of accessibility and inclusion. They are generally compliant with regulations, and demand is high. There's a wait list of greater than 600 children on the list. There are also other things that are qualitatively making a difference, including an emergent curriculum, student placements with McMaster University and Mohawk College, and then there's also community partnerships with the Ron Joyce Children's Center, and it's a site of the McMaster Children's Hospital, and there is training opportunities provided to the Red Hill staff and in-kind supports. There's also wraparound care with the other various city departments. Our overall findings, on the slide here, we've got 3 bullet points. Overall, as I mentioned previously, Red Hill does operate at a higher cost relative to similar operators. We did find that their performance measures and quantifiable outcomes linked to service levels are lacking. This is consistent throughout the province. This is just not a City of Hamilton issue. It's industry-wide. The childcare sector generally struggles with measuring outcomes. And there is still a changed and still changing childcare funding landscape that brings greater scrutiny. There are announcements while we were doing the audit, things keep changing. And then I had mentioned previously that Red Hill has been selected for a comprehensive full cost review based on those 2025 financials. We made a lot of effort to try to view the data in as many different ways as possible to have a thoughtful, comprehensive analysis of value for money. There are some opportunities identified in our audit to position Red Hill as a demonstration of a best-in-class practices, and this should inform service levels, data analysis, and efficiency of data collection and analysis for Hamilton's role as the service system manager for the City of Hamilton. There's opportunities to leverage those existing partnerships and to continue to tailor its responses to emerging trends to the local context for scalability. Overall, we made 14 recommendations to management, and they did accept and agree with all of the recommendations. We are recommending to this committee today that Council directs management to report back with a status update by June 2026 at the latest. And just in response to the very specific requirements of that provincial directive for the value for money audit, based on the question list regarding Red Hill's overall performance, when we considered Red Hill's overall performance, quality of service, and other differentiating factors, we found no conclusive evidence that outsourcing would materially beneficial from a value for money perspective. We have summarized the major quantitative and qualitative benefits worthy of consideration in our report. However, it's ultimately up to the decision makers at this council and the province to judge the relative value of benefit to cost. And in conclusion, I would like to thank the staff in the Children's Services Division. They were very supportive and provided all the information that we needed throughout this audit, so we are very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Auditor General. I have one speaker on the list so far, and if you want to speak, please indicate to clerk so we can add you to the list. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. First off, congratulations to our team, because this obviously shows the amount of skill and hard work that they employ every single day and delivering services to our residents. So congratulations to the Healthy and Safe team and all the Seawalk people and Director Chase, you know who I'm talking about, all of those people. Thank you to Deputy Auditor General Bridget Bernard for this very comprehensive report. Just a couple of clarifying questions for myself. I saw on one of your slides, it was like the big pie chart, 88% of that was salaries and benefits, which could be reduced down to 84% given the average numbers. But then there was something called occupancy at 5%. I don't understand what that means.
Sure, if I can go back to the slide. Can we please go back to slide 7? Or can I do that? Sorry. Thank you.
Yes, that one.
Sure. So through the chair, regarding the question for occupancy costs, those are typically things like facility-based costs and the cost of occupying the location to administer the program.
Okay, and then the program cost of 5%, I guess I don't have any kids in daycare, so I actually don't understand what kind of programming is available. So because of the high ratio of very professional staff, what does that programming look like?
So through the chair, thank you very much for the question, Councillor. So at a really high level, I'll start off and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues in the Office of the Auditor General. So program costs, that can include things like supplies for arts and crafts. The children receive a meal and snacks every day. So those are just some examples. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to add, but at a really high level, those are some of the program costs.
Okay, excellent. And again, forgive my ignorance, but is this particular site part of that subsidized, in the past it was $10 a day, but it's no longer that number, but like that sort of subsidized framework?
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So yes, the Red Hill site is part of the CWELC program, which is more commonly known as the $10 a day by 2026 program. There's a lot more detail and complexity, which the program area is better positioned to answer, but that's generally what it means, yes.
Okay, so it helps me understand your next slide, which would have included the 4 boxes of revenue, levy expenses, and levy percentages of expenses, because then that way I can understand that not only are we charging a certain market rate, I would say, is that right? Market rate?
So through the chair, there are various fee levels that are charged to a parent, and then there's also a fee subsidy for folks that qualify based on need, and then there's also the provincial and federal funding. Childcare is one of a fairly complex, ever-changing landscapes that's funded by multiple levels of government.
Because then that way the revenue number would be made up of multiple pieces, because that would include a market rate, a provincial rate, a federal rate. It might include the levy rate in order to make up the full of that 2.1 million revenue. Is that correct?
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, there are multiple funding sources, one of which is parent fees, and then there's also funding from the federal provincial agreements, and then there's the city's levy contribution. If you have any more detailed questions, the program area is better positioned to answer it, but at a really high level, there are multiple revenue streams.
That's all I really wanted to get a better sense of, just because as much as your auditing report really just speaks it from a high level, I just wanted to break it down to ensure that we all understood that there are other sort of funding pieces that kind of happen, but it is all around the use of those funds and how we are actually being much more effective in delivering childcare to the residents, and this is what the point of this report is.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we considered the overall operations at Red Hill Family Centre when we did this audit, recognizing that there is a component that is net levy funding from the city.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Tattison.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again for all of your work and for all the willing professional participants in our service. I just want to make sure my question, it's sometimes raised to me by different Ward 1 residents if we get into a discussion at the coffee shop, the doorstep, wherever, if my question is in scope. So this audit was mandated, but it didn't have within its scope the effect of Red Hill operation and salaries on other childcare service providers and their objectives of accessibility and inclusion. Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, councillors. So the audit scope was about the Red Hill Family Centre only. The audit was not about Hamilton, also has the role as the service system manager, where there's a lot of information and research regarding wages and all of that. So I think the short answer is no, that was not in scope for this audit.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I thought so, but I wanted to assure some of the folks I had been speaking with about childcare that I would ask, just in case. Could you just clarify for me the vacancy of 5%? I thought I heard you say that was above the industry norm, but I'm not sure I heard that correctly. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, councillors. So if we are going to, it's slide 14. It's not seeming to moving back for me. But on slide 14, we talked about the vacancy rate of 11%. 11%. Yeah, 11%. So Red Hill is based on the information we analyzed for this audit, It's in the highest quartile for vacancy rate with some room to improve. If you take a look at the management response, my understanding is that there's already active work and it's come down, but based on when we did the audit, it was 11% and in that top quartile.
Okay, thank you. I'll have a question for staff on that specific measure. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Taddison, go ahead.
Just a question on the percentage of registered early childhood educators. I think you said 8 out of 14 was a provincial requirement, but I think we have 14 out of 14 in that position. Who makes that decision to staff with that higher percentage?
So through the chair, Councillor, to your question, thank you. So the provincial requirement is 8 of the 14. Red Hill is currently staffed with 14 of 14 at a 100%. Ultimately, that is a council decision. So one of our recommendations in the report in Appendix B is for that to be put in front of council periodically. So that decision is the will of council.
Okay, so thank you for that. But currently, is that decision the will of council, or are you seeking it to be the will of council?
Through the chair to the councillor, so we were unable to find evidence that specifically had been put in front of council recently. Hence, that's why we made the recommendation that it should be put in council regularly. I suspect at some point it was, but based on the information available to us, we were not able to locate that specific decision from council.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Parent satisfaction, having 14 out of 14, I'm assuming that there's a direct correlation with the parent satisfaction being higher than system average. Can you tell me what's the criteria to determine parent support there and parent satisfaction?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for your question. So if we go to slide 15, I was trying to shorten up my presentation. I do have a bit more just because of a 10-minute limit. So I do have some details for that.
Thank you.
So Red Hill was rated, overall, based on the information for all operators in Hamilton, they were rated as excellent by 67% of respondents based on the city's Hamilton's 2022 dashboard, whereas Red Hill was rated as excellent by 79% of respondents based on a 2023 Children's and Community Services Division client survey, and with 93% of those respondents rating services very good or excellent and 0% rating it as poor.
Okay, thanks. So if I wanted to do a deeper dive into that, I would have access to that I guess, survey.
Yes, Councillor, through the chair, yes, Councillor. We've got everything footnoted in the report, and there is additional detail in our audit report, which is Appendix B to this report.
Hey, thank you for that information. I appreciate everything that you've done here.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. I don't have anyone else on the list right now, so Deputy Auditor General, thank you very much for your presentation. You can take your seat. Mover and second to put the report on the floor, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Wang. Now we'll go to questions for staff, and I know some people here wanted to ask questions, so Councillor Wilson, would you like to go ahead since no one else has indicated yet? Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Just 2 questions. Going back to my first, seeking assurance about the scope of this study. While outside this report, has there, to your knowledge, been a report to this body on the impact of Red Hill on the goals of other childcare providers in trying to enhance their accessibility and inclusion outcomes? Thank you.
Director?
Through the chair, Jessica Chase, Director of Children's and Community Services. So we haven't brought forward a report specifically looking at that, Councillor. However, one of the things that has been recommended as part of this audit is that we would come back to council and formalize Red Hill as being seen as a best in class. We really believe that Red Hill is considered that best in class model, and we have a high percentage of families that have children with special needs, for instance. We tend to have a higher higher percentage of low-income families that access Red Hill. There's also many examples of things such as we have our quality analysts, which support the entire system, are physically located at the Red Hill Family Centre. We have done some great work in partnerships, for instance, with Arts for All, around utilizing arts as a way to encourage the learning and enhance the learning in the classroom. So the intent would be to bring back a report to council later this year that would formalize that process around Red Hill being seen as a best in class when it comes to things such as accessibility and inclusion, and how we can then share those best practices with the broader childcare system.
Councillor?
Thank you. My question is, does Director Chase have any operational knowledge that there is a cascading impact on other, say, not-for-profit childcare providers of Red Hill on their efforts of accessibility and inclusion?
Through the chair. So anecdotally, I think absolutely. We often have other childcare programs that reach out to the management and staff at Red Hill to learn from the best practices that we've put in place in terms of accessibility and inclusion. So certainly it is a place that we often receive calls from other childcare operators to learn from the work that we're doing. And then there are broader pieces happening across the system around, for instance, when we're looking at childcare expansion in the system more broadly, we've put in place an accessibility and inclusion framework, as well as put in recent policies around equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So we have examples like that, where in our role as service system manager, we're advancing those things with childcare operators more broadly.
Councillor?
Thank you. I'll take the question offline. If I could just then ask my second question about the vacancy, if you would like to speak to that, please.
Through the chair. So as you saw, one of the recommendations is to look at our vacancy rates, and we will certainly be looking at how we can track that through dashboards going forward. There was a couple of things that contributed to that higher vacancy rate at the time. I will share that the vacancy rate has come down significantly, and pleased to report that currently the vacancy rate is sitting at 2%. The couple of things that did attribute to that higher vacancy rate at the time, we did have a particular period where there was a higher staff turnover that contributed to it, as well as there was a period of time last year where we were undergoing some renovations to some of the classrooms. So we wanted to keep a little bit of a higher vacancy rate just as we went through those renovations. That was a short-term piece that happened, but we have been putting in place efforts to reduce that vacancy rate. And as I said, pleased to report that it has already come down significantly and will be a piece that we continue to monitor going forward.
Thank you. If I could just ask on the that point in time of the higher staff turnover rate, were those individuals leaving the industry or were they leaving Red Hill for other centers? Hey, listen, I believe it is the most important service, but what we do there affects children elsewhere. So I'm just trying to ensure that we are a magnet that cascades goodness as opposed to a magnet that starves others.
Through the chair. So generally speaking, we actually have much higher staff retention rates compared to other childcare operators in the system. That particular point in time, we had a couple of retirements, for instance, that had come about.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Taddison, go ahead.
Just coming from an education background and putting my principal hat on here, if issues were to happen that required legal intervention, does having RECEs in all positions allow for better liability protection for Hamilton as a corporation?
Director, do you want to take that one?
Through the chair. I will speak to maybe the benefits more broadly of RECEs, just not being a lawyer myself. But our RECEs are required to have a minimum of a 2-year college diploma, where they take extensive courses in things like child development, for instance. They're also required to be a member in good standing with the College of RECEs. And additionally, they are required to provide a certain number of hours of professional learning each year. So there's many benefits that having all RECEs bring to the Red Hill Family Centre from that perspective.
Okay, so is there any opportunity for volunteers to take part in any of the activities that are done at the Red Hill?
Just one sec, Councillor. Director?
Through the chair. We have had volunteers in the past participate. The other piece that I would share, not necessarily in a volunteer capacity, but we also regularly participate in student placements. For instance, with Mohawk College, their students are required to have so many placements in order to graduate from the early childhood program, and it is a regular practice that we would accept student placements as well.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. I have no other councillors on the list, so to the Deputy Auditor Generals and your team, thank you. Director Chase and your team, thank you. And I'm looking for an electronic vote to approve the recommendations in the report.
And to receive the presentation.
And to receive the presentation. And that carries 8-0. Thank you. Moving on to 8.3, FCS 25035. Go ahead.
My apologies for interjecting. Is it at all possible, I see our auditor
General?
taking his things away. There were some allegations and questions about the integrity of voting systems. Is it at all possible for the auditor to remain for that item on the agenda?
Auditor General or Deputy, can one of you stay? Yeah, perfect.
I can remain.
Okay, so back to 8.3, FCS 25035, single source agreement for Questica budget system. May I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Wang. Councillor Alex Wilson? Sure. Questions for staff? Councillor Wang.
Perhaps a reason why we need to have a single source agreement?
I know the answer, but I definitely will not do a good job like Director Weaver. Go ahead, Director.
Through the chair, Questica is the budgeting system that we have in place that previously integrated with our PeopleSoft financial system. And at this time, as we're rebuilding financial systems, it's important that we maintain that stability during the rebuild of the financial systems. At the time, once we have fully implemented a new financial system, we'll be in a position to do a market scan and determine whether Questica is the best long-term solution in that new model.
Thank you. I just wanted that said out loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So I'd like to revisit Councillor Wang's query. I continue to struggle with single sourcing that we see across the board with justifications. Well, it's the system that we're used to, it's the system that we're using. And it's constantly appears to me that the reason that we're not having an open and competitive procurement is it's not convenient. So can I hear from staff, what's the rationale for not having an open process to find out what the market will offer?
Who wants to take? Oh, go ahead.
I'll start through the chair. In this case, we're undertaking a rebuild of our financial system. So at this point, we wouldn't be able to assess whether the Questica or some other budget system would integrate with a financial system that is still being determined and built. We would and have committed to doing a market scan and a future RFP once we have certainty around which financial system we will be using and how best a budget system can or should integrate within that new financial system. So staff, in this case, staff is committed to doing a market scan and an RFP in the future. Just in the interim, it would be difficult to create a scope of a frame of reference and an RFP document with the uncertainties around what our financial system will look like.
Councillor Clark?
Okay, so I'm trying to understand why it's taken a year to rebuild our financial system.
Who wants to take that?
So through the chair, acting general manager of Finance and Corporate Services, Brian McMullen. So yeah, we entered into an agreement with Deloitte for the NetSuite solution, a managed service with Deloitte, and that process is underway, and it's being used for our financial system that is replacing what we would have had was PeopleSoft. A number of processes are in place where we have to get the data back up to speed. We have to enter information related to 2024. So that process is in place, and we have a contract with Deloitte to manage that service. And there will be reports coming to the next committee meetings at the end of July related to the work that we've spent, the work that we've done with Deloitte related to those services.
I guess I'm struggling, Chair, and I don't know if the city manager is present or not.
She is.
Almost everything that has been done with Deloitte has not been public. And we're using the work that's being done with Deloitte as the rationale why we wouldn't have an open competitive procurement for software that is needed to set budgets. Can someone explain how we are being transparent with the public?
I know there's a report that in regards to Deloitte and what they've been doing coming at the July 30th, I believe, but I don't know how much else we have to provide.
Well, virtually nothing has been made public, Chair. And I've been complaining about this throughout this process. So we're using the excuse of the Deloitte process, which is not public, which is not transparent, as the rationale to not approve an open and transparent competitive bid for budget software. So how do we ensure that the public is getting value for money when we're not willing to do competitive processes?
Would you like me to ask if we can get the Deloitte information? I just don't know when this contract.
Chair, I've asked the question.
All right. Who's going to answer the
If
question?
no one's willing to answer the question, then that will stand in the public record.
Through the chair, no, we're absolutely happy to answer the question. So and I'm not sure it was characterized entirely correctly, not to critique my colleague here, but it isn't about the Deloitte process so much as it's about the fact that we had the cyber incident. It had a significant impact. The team is working to rebuild the financial system and put a new one in place, which has a number of mechanisms, while also rebuilding 21 other core systems and other ancillary projects. So typically a financial system being replaced that's pre-planned is a multi-year process, and typically you don't embark on 21 of those concurrently. So is it taking longer than we'd like? Absolutely. Everyone wants to have these things done as soon as possible, but there are a number of things underway. The Questica system is a system that's in place for budgeting. When they embark on the RFP, and you can certainly correct me if need be, they need to implement some of the other factors of the overall enterprise financial system to make sure that the new one is the appropriate one. So this report is asking to bridge to that time frame so that that new budgeting piece can be integrated appropriately and competitively. And I will turn to my colleague if there's anything you want to add to make sure all of what I said is correct.
Councillor?
If I'm reading the report correctly, the bridge is 5 years. I would hope that during 6 years after the cyber event, that we would be able to have a transparent, open bidding process. it's not just 1 year, it's a 5-year program, is it not? 5-year contract.
Director?
Through the chair, that's the recommendation. There is also an alternative in the report that would allow us to do a 1-year renewable contract as well, should committee wish to pursue that option. That's also an option. It does create a bit of a time pressure, but we would, if that was committee's direction, we would undertake the market scan and determine if we could do an RFP or needed to do an RFP within that 1-year timeframe as well.
Councillor?
I think a 1 or 2 year timeframe would be reasonable to ensure that an open process is conducted. The open process may show that the current software is the most competitive, meets all of our needs, and we're happy with it. But if we're not testing the market, then the company's simply saying, here's what you have to pay. And that's not in the best interest of the taxpayer. So I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but at this point in time, I'm not on for voting for a 5-year contract that has not been tendered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and you could move the alternative at the end if you wish, but we'll go through the speakers list. Last one on the list is Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are about the pros and cons of the alternative versus the main recommendation, so timely, hopefully. As was summarized by the bench, there's financial and operational, maybe in the cons column with the 1-year contract. As Councillor Clark pointed out, there's certainly a pro in the public transparency sooner offering. My first question is just trying to understand, are the only options 1-year annual renewal or 5-year with the option for a 5-year renewal? Is there a Goldilocks zone if there's some, because I see there's legitimate cons talked about in this, so I'm just wondering, is there a bit of a Goldilocks zone in the 1 to 5 year mark, or are those structured because that's what's on offer?
Director, is there anything more than the 1 and the 5?
Through the chair, the 1-year renewable is and the 5-year options were what was proposed by Questica. We could go back and seek a 2-year term. The 1-year proposal does offer an annual renewable component as well. The pricing may change. We would have to go back to Questica. UNA is the company that owns Questica to have those conversations, but we could do that.
Thank you. Through the chair, would it be possible to daylight, so staff are recommending the 5-year rationale. There's the timing piece that we've heard about, just daylighting some of the considerations in place, and do those change over a horizon between 1 and 5 years? Like, I'm sensing here that there is a concern with the 1-year option. It's viable, but there's some drawbacks to it. Without having those negotiated offers on the floor, just can you help me understand these concerns in more detail and how they change over time?
Through the chair, I think if I'm understanding the question correctly, the longer the time period, I guess the more certainty we have around what would go into a future RFP. But I believe that if we were to, 2 years is probably should be sufficient to address those concerns.
And are you just able, through you, Chair, to help me understand the financial considerations between the main recommendation and alternative 1, seeing that the annual cost is ever so slightly higher in the annual, which makes sense, it's less predictability for the vendor, but then there's also the professional costs. Are you able to just kind of present that holistically for us? What's the financial trade-off between the options presented right now?
Director?
Through the chair, the alternative is about $151,000 annually with unknown inflationary escalators on the renewable option, whereas the 5-year option has the $148,000 annual cost with known escalators. So that's the primary difference in the cost perspective. From the professional services component, I don't believe there would be any change.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure I'm not missing a zero, missing scale here. There's a couple $1,000s. Again, there's inflation, we don't know what we're renewing at, but just the core difference between our annual fee is about $4,000, $5,000 with the information today, subject to any renewal changes and inflation.
Director?
Through the chair, with that last caveat, that's correct.
just a comment from me. I'd certainly be interested in understanding what flexibility does exist. If those numbers were different, had bigger scale, understanding the risk of renewability. So I don't know if there's other options that could be negotiated or brought back, or if additional information on the likelihood of inflation, like what those inflationary pressures could be likely to be, an upper end of those. Understanding we don't have that, but I think just having a bit more information to understand where this is. So that's comment one from me on the timing piece. On the other side, if it is the intention to go do open procurement, understanding that our decisions aren't necessarily binding for future councils and we're putting it there, it might be good to have that be in the main recommendation that upon conclusion of the contract, the goal is to do an open offer. It will be a future council though regardless.
Thank you, Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Clark, back to you for a second time.
So it's either 1 year or 5 year, according to this report. And if it were a 5-year contract, what options are there for the city to cancel the contract at the 2nd or 3rd year?
Director, do we have any out clauses in the 5 years?
Through the chair, there would be included in the contract, there would be termination clauses that would, with a certain period of notice, would allow us to terminate the contract. We would at that point need to have a plan in place to ensure that we have an alternate system and an alternate means to transfer the existing data to a new system. But the contract would include termination clauses with a notice period. I'd have to go back and check exactly what the proposal is, but I think that's also open for negotiation.
So do we have the proposed contract in our possession?
Director?
Through the chair, there is a proposal. It is not in the form of a contract pending, that would come pending council approval of the path forward.
Is there any urgency to renewing this contract now?
Director?
Through the chair, the urgency is there are some pending upgrades and movement to the cloud that are subject to having contract renewal in place.
It feels as though the company is putting a gun to our head. If you don't agree to continue with us, then you won't have the upgrades. Is that, while it may be more rhetorical in nature, is it not a penalty for them to say, yeah, if you don't go with this, then you don't get the upgrades? So they're not on for the alternative.
Director?
Through the chair, the risk is that if we continue to use the current version of Questica, it's not a version that will be supported by Questica long term. They're moving towards a cloud-based solution over time. So if we were to maintain the existing structure, or the existing version, we would not be in a position to take advantage of upgrades that are available in the new version that is out on the market now.
So, Chair, my concerns are still very valid. And having a 1-year option or a 5-year option is problematic, because we can't get an RFP out the door and back in likely within the 1-year process based on our procurement timelines in the past. So how do we make it clear to Questica that we're going to go out to tender, but we're going to continue using their software for the next 2 years?
Through the chair, we can go back to Questica and seek pricing on a 2-year model, and that would alleviate those concerns. They have not said they will not offer a 2-year model, but that was the proposal they put forward, was the 1 year or the 5 year. Certainly happy to take that back for the 2-year option.
Chair, so I can't defer the motion because I've spoken to it, but I'd like to move a motion that we go back to Questica requesting a 2-year contract to enable a transparent, competitive bid.
Okay, Counselor. I'm just going to ask the clerk a question. Is it a deferral, or can we not just have the motion from Counselor Clark to ask staff to go back and negotiate a 2-year contract?
I think what Councillor Clark is suggesting is an amendment to the recommendation in the report.
So he would be able to move that?
Yes.
Okay, so Counselor Clark, are you comfortable with that, to amend the report to a 2-year proposal?
Yes, please, if I can find a seconder.
Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Beattie has his hand up.
Okay, Counselor Beattie will second it. Counselor Clark, I have some questions, or counselors that want to ask some questions. Are you okay if we do that now?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Sorry, through
Okay.
you, Mr. Chair, can we just clarify, initially, Councillor Clark said he wanted to go back to Questica with, and ask for details on a 2-year contract and what that would look like, as opposed to opting for a 2-year contract right now?
Well, we don't have a 2-year contract option, Chair. What staff have brought is a 1-year contract option or a 5-year contract option. And so I'd like the details on the 2-year option, which would ensure that procurement can do a competitive bid.
Are satisfied, clerk? Yes. Perfect. Okay, we have some questions. So I had Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. So we'll start with Councillor Alex Wilson and we'll make our way around.
Thank you.
Councillor Beattie's the seconder.
Just trying to follow up because seeing that we're trying to get this done by end of August. We have one more committee cycle before then. Just don't want to delay staff in that work. So I'd appreciate a comment on the timing. I also if our goal is 2 years and we have a 1-year option with renewals, the only difference is maybe the rate that could be negotiated is that's the only crucial difference would be what are we paying. Again, my understanding is the 5-year option, we would net out, if we knew we were going to do 5 years versus the 1-year renewals, we know it's at least $25,000 more expensive over the period of 5 years, potentially more as we have inflation and renewal costs every year baked in. I'm just wondering if staff could maybe provide understanding, it's an estimate, it's an idea of what those potential upward pressures and costs would be if we went with the alternative based on other renewals in the similar space, or just any information they could color in, like what's the risk there, and say we come back and we do need 2 or 3 years to do this as is being anticipated. That involves 2 1-year renewals. It probably won't be the rate we're being offered now, but how much more is it likely to be? Like, are we talking 3%, 4%? Just trying to understand the actual numbers at play here.
Okay, I don't know if they'll have that information, but again, Councillor Clark's motion is to ask staff to come back with a 2-year.
And I'm
proposal,
both asking what the cost of that would be and what the timing implications would be through my question. So staying very on the amendment.
I don't know if I just don't know if they have that information. Director,
Understanding it's an estimate.
Through the chair, historically, in past contracts for budgeting systems, the increase has been inflationary in nature.
Councillor?
Is there a timing pressure to the renewal? Like, I'm just trying to understand the difference between renegotiating a 2-year contract in the next 2 weeks versus with, again, a potential option for renewal because maybe we need 2.5, maybe we need 3, versus the alternative in the report, which is the 1-year option, which we anticipate we might need to renew. Could staff just talk about the timing considerations? The report talks about August 31st being the ideal deadline. What happens if we get this done on September 15th? Is there a financial labor pressure? What goes on?
Director?
Through the chair, it's related to contract expiry dates. So that's the target for having it in place by the end of August. In terms of an alternative for 2 years, you could amend, I suppose, the recommendation for the 5-year that's in recommendation A and just make it 2 years and have staff go and get that pricing for the two-year model as well.
Councillor?
I think we're maybe coalescing around an approach. I'm indifferent to how we get there. If it's easiest to do the one-year renewal or if it's easier to do negotiating a two-year contract, I'm sympathetic to the timing considerations, and that's it doesn't sound like financially we're talking a big difference in numbers here. I'd like to just understand what's the easiest to get done from the workload perspective between that, and happy to hear from other speakers as well.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson?
Similarly, Chair, I'm just trying to get clarity on the proposed amendment, or I thought it was initially to enable us to assess 3 options and what could be the implications both to our system, our costs, etc. But I thought I heard actually the amendment is going right to a recommendation for 2 years without the analysis. I'm just seeking that clarity, please.
I believe it was to get information on what a 2-year looks like, but I'll ask Councillor Clark just to clarify exactly what we're looking for. Councillor?
It was to get the information back because at the present time we do not have the information. And to Councillor Alex Wilson's queries, if it is possible to do a 1-year renewal and then specify that we're going to go to an open, transparent process sometime before the 3rd year, that might be another option also.
Thank you.
Councillor Crutch, you're the last speaker.
No, my question was asked and answered. Thank you.
Okay, so how clear are we on what we're voting on right now? Not clear. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
So in listening to my colleagues, and they've all raised very valid points, might I suggest that the amendment be deleted and an alternative be proposed, which would be a 1-year renewal contract with the stipulation that staff work towards an open and transparent competitive bid before the 3rd year ends, That provides them ample time to finish what they're doing with the Deloitte chair, but it also gives them a clear indication that council wants to test the competitive waters.
Councillor Beattie, are you okay to second that? Thumbs up from Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, but this is different because he's adding that other stipulation to it. So we're looking at.
I'm sorry, procedurally, I was just trying to remember, because if we had an original mover and a seconder, doesn't the original mover and a seconder have to move the alternative rather than the actual recommendations within this existing report?
We have.
Did we have an original mover and seconder?
So the original mover and seconder to put the report on the floor is Councillor Huang and Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Clark has put forward an amendment.
But he's now saying to actually remove it, to have it be
And
the
now he's
alternative.
revising his amendment to adopt alternative 1 as set out in the report.
So but procedurally, don't we have to vote down the original recommendation in order to put the alternative on the floor?
I don't believe so.
He's making an amendment.
Okay, I just wanted to understand this procedurally,
Yes.
that's all.
And so he put forward, Councillor Clark put forward an amendment originally, and now he's revising his own amendment, so it's not an amendment to an amendment.
Are we good?
Did I make that more complicated? Yeah, okay.
So Chair, simply put, I am moving the alternative of a 1-year renewal with another section added, B, stipulation that there will be an open and transparent competitive bid before the end of the 3rd year.
Perfect. Are we good? We have a mover, we have a seconder. We're going to go to the vote. Oh, we're not. Stop it.
Just
No vote.
apologies. I just, given the operational considerations, just if we could just hear from staff, does this
I got a head nod, but
work? Is there, oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
can't see. Just
Yeah.
making sure that we're all, there's
Director
not any
Weaver?
quick edits or suggestions to make it a little cleaner, better.
I should have said that. Director?
Yes, apologies. Through the chair, I did give a head nod, but not all people can see that. Yes, that alternative,
Nope.
staff can work with that alternative.
Very happy, satisfied. Thank you.
Sorry, Counselor. Now we'll go to the vote. Thank you, Clerk. Everybody satisfied? Perfect. Let's go to the vote. The vote is up.
Okay, I'm getting information that actually Councillor Huang is correct, that the original decision has to be voted down. So I apologize for that. So we're going to cancel this vote. Just a second.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
Go ahead, Counselor Clark.
So the report provides the recommendation and an alternative. When has it been procedurally required that we have to vote down the original recommendation before we accept an alternative?
I believe we're
In my
voting
14
down.
years, it's always been any councillor can move the alternative.
Yes, it's the amendment that we had to, because the first thing you moved was an amendment, but I'll go to Clerk Trenum for clarification.
Ultimately, Chair, it depends. And in this case, I don't believe we do need to vote down the original. Essentially, how it would work is if you put recommendations on the floor and there's a true alternative, so we suggest you do X, the alternative is you do Y, but it's been moved and seconded to do X. That's not an amendment. You vote down X and then you move Y. In this case, the alternative isn't a true alternative. It is an amendment to what is already on the floor. It's adjusting what is approved. It's not doing something different. So it's not contrary to the original motion. It just changes it. So in this case, we can treat it as an amendment to the original motion that's on the floor.
Now we have everybody confused. So can we just vote on the motion, which is a one-year renewal with an open bid before the third year? Okay. Clerk, can you open up the vote, please? Thank you. Vote is up. No problem. That carries 8-0. Moving on to 8.4, FCS 25025, alternative voting methods and vote tabulation technology for city elections and by-elections. Mover and seconder put the report on the floor. Councillor Wang, Councillor Crutch. I'm assuming there's some questions for staff. Can everybody indicate they'd like to speak? And we'll start with Councillor Wang.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask Clerk Trenum to give us an overview on this document, please?
Clerk Trenum, will you be able to provide an overview?
Yes, I can do that, Chair.
Thank you.
So before you are recommendations with regards to the decisions that council can and are required to make under the Act when we're dealing with elections, whether or not to use vote tabulators, whether or not to use optical scanning equipment. That's a requirement. We need approval through bylaw for council to use those vote tabulators. Additionally, we need authorization for any alternative voting method. The recommendation on the floor is to authorize online voting. I'll note that even if council authorizes online voting by bylaw, that does not mean we will use online voting by bylaw, or we will use it in the by-election or a future election. In fact, what we've been advised with IT is we will be using a third party to conduct a technical assessment of the system prior to any use. If at any point IT or anyone believes that it's not appropriate to go forward with, even if council approves it as an authorized alternative, it does not mean we will use it as the alternative. Similarly, council has the opportunity to use other alternative voting methods, such as vote by mail, which is listed in the alternative sections here. It also recommends the sole source for those vote tabulators, as well as for the procurement of the system. What I will note is we do need to use a voter strike-off software. Comments that sort of we've already heard today, and I'm happy to answer questions on them, are more related to the previous voter strike-off software that we used in the last election. In fact, it was called VoterView or DataFix, and that was what was used across Ontario in a number of municipalities, and it received a number of server errors during the last municipal election that slowed down voting across the province. That's what was experienced here, and that was a result of the MPAC voter strike-off software, not any of the other systems that were procured. So again, these are the things that we require. I know there was also some questions around timing. Ultimately, if we're going to use an alternative voting method for the upcoming by-election, that is the rush, and that's what we need authorization for, is if we're going to do that. If an alternative voting method is not approved, then we'll continue with the by-election utilizing paper only. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Clerk Trenum. So Councillor Wang, Councillor Crutch, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Clark. Councillor Wang, go ahead.
Thank you. So just for clarity and just to be crystal clear about this, what you are asking for are, you need a optical scanning vote tabulator currently, and that is a sole source contract with Dominion Voting Systems. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that is not the same as an online voting system. Is that correct?
That is correct. In fact, Dominion Systems no longer offer online voting.
And that's a straight tabulator, straight voter, all of that. The systems that we need in order to facilitate an election is with Dominion Voting Systems. Is that correct?
So through you, Chair, they're the same tabulators we've used in every election that the city has used tabulators, similarly to the ones that are used, I believe, through the province for their tabulation. So the tabulators, this is when you take your completed ballot over to the box and the staffer takes it and helps you insert it into the machine and it accepts your ballot. That is a vote tabulator.
Second question then is that you say we need a voter strike-off software. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that voter software in the past was the one that had all of the challenges from the 2022 election, and that was?
DataFix or VoterView.
Okay, and in this report, you're not asking for those, is that correct?
No, that's correct. We do need to utilize a software. Essentially, it manages the voters list. So what happened previously and in the past election, MPAC was responsible for the municipal voters list. There's been legislative change since then that is now managed by Elections Ontario. MPAC still manages by legal authority, the school support. So they send information to Elections Ontario, they manage the database, we pull the voters list from them, we then need to put that voters list into something to strike off individuals from voting. What we plan to do for this and what we've done in the recent by-election is use Vote Anywhere within the ward, which means you don't have to go to your assigned polling station. You could show up at any of the available polling stations to cast your ballot. To allow that, we definitely need the voter strike-off survey or software. Without it, essentially would be limited to requiring individuals to show up at a very specific voting location, and their name will only appear on a list at that location.
Okay. So in your report, you ask for we have to have a voter strike-off software. But you're also offering an option for online voting services, and that vendor would be New Vote. Is that correct?
That's correct, and they'd provide the voter strike-off software. If online voting is approved as an alternative method, they also offer the online voting, and they're the company that were used for the recent by-election.
Last question is, and I know this one might be a little bit of a doozy, is that there is lots of concern about the security, voter tampering, opportunity for bad faith actors to usurp the vote. What does New Vote tell us in terms of their security measures? And I wanted to just add a comment after I get an answer from.
And I'll look to the chair. I know it might be a longer response in the timeline if you're okay with me answering.
Go ahead and answer.
So we utilized New Vote for the Ward 4 by-election. The way online voting works in that scenario is you have to choose to it. You have to navigate to our website. It sends you to the New Vote website where you register. You have to enter in your preferred email address. You then utilize that email address to set up two-factor authentication. Once done and you're registered to use the system, you then have to apply to vote. So if you're already on the voters list, you submit your, or you're not, you might not be, you have to submit identification through the system. We personally, our election staff, review every registration to confirm that they are eligible to vote based on what is submitted, that they're on the voters list, or that they are added to the voters list. It also allows us to catch duplications, which the previous voter strike-off software did not the same way, unfortunately. Once registered, we approve them. They get an email. When voting then becomes available online, however we decide to set that up, they are then able to log on themselves, authenticate with two-factor authentication, and cast their ballot. The nice thing with the system is you do not receive an individualized letter. You do not receive a code. There's no confirming your information the way Dominion had done it in the past. You have to actively go out and choose to do this, and it is a process. It can take as few as 20 minutes. It could take a couple of days, depending on how long it takes us to assess your registration and how many registrations there are to review. Additionally, if you're registered to vote online, you cannot vote online, say in the parking lot, or show up at a polling station to vote. If you show up at a polling station and say, I'd like to vote, you'll come up as you're registered to vote online. We cannot hand you a ballot. You can either deregister online, in which case we deactivate their online access, issue them a ballot, and then they can vote, and then they cannot log in anymore to cast a ballot online. Similarly, if they cast their vote online and then show up at polling station, it updates immediately so we know that they can't, they've already voted, and they would have to deregister again if they wanted to vote otherwise. So that's how the system worked previously. It's a vast upgrade to how Dominion had done it in previous years, and the only way we would proceed with online voting if it was approved.
Councilor, you need to go on a second time?
I was hoping to add a comment, but I'll go on the second time in order to comment.
Thank you. Councilor Crutch, you're up.
Same, I'll wait for comments when the report is on the floor. I guess that's now kind of, but I'll do what Councillor Huang is doing and ask questions now and comments later.
Thank you.
So my questions are specific to two things. One, it's no surprise, you used to work with the city of Thorold, and you had an experience there. And then you came here and you had an experience here, and both of those were with respect to online voting. Was there a difference between those experiences? Was the experience here different? Could you maybe unpack that a bit?
Clerk Trenum.
Sure. So with Thorold, when I started at the city, the decisions had already been made. Council had already voted. It was already selected who the vendors were. I was sort of tied to that's what the election that I was sort of handed and was running. It worked. It was well done. It was a relatively simple system. What I did not like was the fact that individuals received voter letters. Across the province, individuals did receive multiple voter letters. You would even have a voter letter for an adult dependent that used to live at your residence, but again, the list was never properly updated as it moved through MPAC before it came to us. We did as much data cleaning as possible, but there were still letters that went out because there was no way to verify if they still lived at that address. That is complicated in a world with online voting where you're putting a code on that voter card. Changes that we've made from there to my experience here running the Ward 4 by-election is we're no longer sending individualized voter cards. We'll be sending voter cards to the residents, advising here are the voting dates, here are the times, here's how you can vote, here's the website where you can access it, or how you contact election staff for more information. A big problem we had in the Ward 4 by-election was a postal strike. We were unable to send any voter cards, even if we were utilizing that way of voting. Even if we were to use couriers at the time, because of the very short timelines for a by-election, all cards would have been delivered after the by-election, which is why we weren't able to send them out.
That's helpful. And so what you're suggesting, I think, here is there was a bit of an improved experience here with your ability to have more direct involvement in the Ward 4 by-election. Was there any evidence, as you supervised that by-election, to support any tampering, any fear-mongering at the doors, any of this kind of stuff? Did you receive any complaints about this? And I want to ask the Auditor General if he received any complaints from citizens about anything that we've heard here with respect to the concerns that have been raised broadly speaking.
Through you, Chair, we received no specific concerns. There were no issues identified to us with tampering or anything related to the system itself. From everything worked the way it was supposed to. We had IT staff on hand at the time for the by-election to run it. They ran numerous reviews beforehand, and what I can advise is our IT department has an extremely high threshold for what they're willing to accept now in terms of this sort of technology. So this company met that threshold. We were happy with it. We went forward with it, and from everything that we can tell, it worked very well. What I'll add in terms of added options for online voting with this particular company is they're offering a print option, which means if we activate it, every online ballot that is cast, you can have it so that it prints to a tabulator that goes into a locked voter box, so that and then it's actually kept, I believe, at a secured facility in Mississauga where everything is then stored. In a recount situation, you have your individualized electronic confirmation that a vote was cast appropriately, and those line up with printed ballots. So you could then run printed ballots through our original tabulators to verify results in that situation of a recount or concerns. That's new this year. I'm not saying it's something that we would do. I'm saying it's an option available to us with this particular vendor.
Auditor General, anything to add? You didn't get any complaints from anybody in regards to the Ward 4 by-election?
Through the chair. Yeah, just some comments.
Sure.
As you know, we did the audit of the elections process a couple of years ago. We didn't review online voting because it wasn't a tool that was used. We did look at the tabulators, the ballots on demand, and had a number of recommendations to improve the process. In terms of the online strikeout system, that was a system that there were, as you know, there were difficulties, and I'm hearing that we have a new vendor on board. But specifically with the online voting, we did touch on it in the report more from a research perspective because we hadn't had actual online voting. And the reasons for, and it was something, as you know, we did a survey and we did a number of citizens advocate for the convenience of online voting. Some of those advocates believe that online voting has the potential to increase voter participation. In our audit, we found that not to be the case. There's no evidence that it does improve access and convenience, but there's no evidence so far that we saw in other municipalities that it has an effect on voter participation. Insofar as access, though, I think it's fair to say that it does improve access. In our report, it's, I'll just briefly go over the section we wrote on the consideration of online voting. And as you know, Ontario municipalities may choose to adopt online voting. And at the time for the 2022 election, more than 200 municipalities did so. But also, we know that Elections Ontario and Elections Canada have not introduced online voting yet, and that's generally because of they consider it not mature enough from a security perspective, so that's one of the disadvantages. As to what we said, in our view, the city should consider the use of online voting, but should do so only through careful consideration of benefits and risks. And so if you look at paragraph 138 in our Appendix A of the report, we cite the benefits: accurate and efficient processing, greater accessibility for some electors who currently face barriers, the ability to reduce the number of workers and associated strain and burden of finding and hiring capable resources, which is becoming increasingly difficult, convenience for voters, an incentive for voters to participate, and the ability to reach underrepresented populations. So those we cited as the benefits. The risks that we cite, implementation in other jurisdictions have yet to conclusively demonstrate a significant impact on voter participation. Currently, there are no national or provincial standards for online voting systems. Election security concerns and opportunities for organized cybersecurity attacks against online voting systems that could breach, disrupt, manipulate, or compromise voting integrity. Internet voting could disenfranchise electors that do not have access to computer or the internet. Weakness in the ability to verify the identity of the online voter. Challenges in assuring voting confidentiality and preserving ballot secrecy. Significant costs associated with implementing robust technology solutions for online voting. Denial of service as a result of issues with equipment malfunction, network outages, capacity constraints. Lack of an audit mechanism or verifiable paper trail alternative to satisfy a challenge to results or recount. And if a major incident happens in an election, the general public may not accept the legitimacy of the election or elected members. So I think if you look at that report, there's careful consideration of what the benefits and risks are. I think it's up to councillors to be persuaded by the analysis that's been presented of those risks and benefits.
Thank you, Auditor General. And just before I go back to the councillor, Clerk Trenum, you wanted to add something?
Just that there's been an update since that report, Chair. They now have released, the Digital Governance Standards Institute in Canada has now released online electoral voting standards, DGSI 111-1, which was one of the recommendations from the report that we no longer utilize or do not look to US standards. We do now have Canadian standards.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor, back to you.
Thanks very much. And so if I understand those recommendations, which were before the Ward 4 by-election, just to confirm that, right? So those were not made in analyzing the Ward 4 by-election or looking how that worked. These were projecting potential risks. I see you nodding your head, so I'll just take that as a yes. So I just want to confirm, and then I'll happy for the next speaker to take over, and then I'll make comments. So in your experience in working with, in your experience in general, City Clerk, you haven't heard about widespread voter coercion, you haven't heard about individual and specific concerns about the online system, and from your experience in the Ward 4 by-election, based on the evidence you have in front of you and how it went, overall you think that it ran smoothly and that the risks that were identified were mitigated appropriately?
Through you, Chair, I'm not aware of anything that would alter my recommendation that it's a reasonable alternative voting method. And only see positives at this point.
Thanks. I made a slight error in saying I'd be done quickly because there's one small technical matter I wanted to ask about E. You've got E grouped together with voter strike-off software and online in the same paragraph. I would suggest, if there's a way to do this, that we separate those things from one another because they're not necessarily related. While you may want to have voter strike-off software for a new vote, those things are not dependent upon one another. But because they're in the same clause and paragraph right now, they will be. And so I would suggest that we have an E which deals with voter strike-off and an F that deals with the online voting, so as not to have those be dependent on one another, if you think that makes sense, City Clerk.
If the mover and seconder are agreed to that, we could just essentially create an F, and then E would be to voter strike-off, and F would be related to online voting.
Clerk Bates, is that okay?
Yes, that's fine with me.
All right. Done? Good. Okay, we're moving on to Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Clark, then Councillor Taddison, then myself, and Councillor Wang for a second time. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Appreciating this isn't the plan to say we're using online voting, here's the operational plan, this is the approval, just because it's been so much part of the conversation, just have a couple questions in that realm and then I'll switch up back. If you're not on the voters list, I think that's the primary concern, folks saying, hey, how could someone register, be fraudulent? Like it's for folks generally not on the voters list would be where those concerns are. The process you described, would it be your intention to have that photo ID submission or an in-person registration, say at a municipal service office? Are the pieces that I heard in an answer to a previous question. So those are the checks in place. It's not you get sent something, it's you have to have photo ID or maybe you come in person and also present your photo ID to get on the list. Is there a timing consideration? Like, can I be doing this on election day, registering to vote for online voting, or is there a drop add date for online voting just to ensure that we can actually run the system?
Clerk Trenum, you have that information?
So in the ward for by-election and likely for this, we wouldn't allow you to register on election day or likely the days just beforehand. You would have to pre-register.
Councillor?
So if I, and just as a renter, have the habit of never being on the voters list, and so having to register at the poll every time, I've registered by proxy, I've brought an ID, I've done every way you can get on the list day of to get on the list just to see how it's happening. If I wanted to vote, I could still vote in person, but if I didn't request my online ballot, say by advance polls opening or something around that timing, I would have no more ability to do that online voting. If I tried to do it and it didn't work out on my first attempt and I missed the window, that's it, I've missed my deadline. If I want to vote, I have to vote in person.
Clerk Trenum?
That's correct. So if you miss the window, you would have to show up at a poll to cast a ballot.
Certainly interested in operational details if we get to that point in the timing and the phasing and the consideration of that. Most of my questions are actually about mail-in voting. I'd say a little concerned that that's not in the recommendation. And so my first question is, could we not similarly authorize mail-in voting in the same way that the recommendation seeks to authorize electronic voting without necessarily having an operational plan in place? Just understanding if we don't authorize, if this goes forward today, we haven't authorized mail-in voting, do we have to come back and reconsider this to do mail-in voting later? Just trying to understand the procedural, what happens next with mail-in voting.
Clerk Trenum?
So if an amendment would be reasonable, Chair, to put it on the floor, if it wasn't dealt with today, at a later date, it could be added, keeping in mind that if we go too late or too close to an election, then it's difficult to then operationalize that decision. In the report, I've suggested that we're not supportive of the mail-in because of the complexity and the issues therein. The mail service is an essential example of that. The number of votes that do not get counted because they're not sent on time or not received on time, or the individuals that send it and they're just never counted, it's surprisingly high and unfortunate.
Councillor?
Thank you. No, and I really appreciate that. My struggle with this is these seem to be operational considerations. And for online voting, we've said, hey, we're not quite at the operational consideration stage yet. We want to have this as a technology. But on the case of special vote, could not earlier timing windows mitigate some of these concerns? Having earlier request dates, I mean, it's already, I think, 3 months ahead you're requesting your mail-in ballot. It's already quite early. I'm aware there are provisions in place, but I'm just wondering, is there a belief that there's no operational thinking that could improve the success of this alternative vote mechanism? Is that the kind of underlying this opinion is, even if we had this as an option, we don't think we could make this better than we last saw it, and based on the efficacy of past elections, we don't want to do it again. That's what I'm reading, but if that could be understood, what ability do we have to improve this situation with vote by mail?
Clerk Trenum?
So again, to the point of adding it, whatever council authorizes, we can look at implementing, and that's not an issue. We'll operationalize it if that's what we're working with. We wouldn't be able to do it for this upcoming by-election, but it would be possible for the general. The risks associated with in terms of making it better are mostly outside of our control. It relies on the postal service. It relies on the ability of getting it in time, individuals completing it in the right amount of time, and properly educating them on how to do that. Are there improvements? We can improve our internal timelines and making sure that we're ready ahead of time. There's a cost associated with pre-printing these and having them mailed, and there are additional costs that come with it as well, but it's a reasonable option. It's just not one that I recommend.
Thanks. Last question from me on this is, do we have a sense of how many folks registered to vote by mail in the last municipal election? The general, not the by? Just even like ballpark to the nearest 100 or 1,000?
Clerk Trenum?
Don't have that with me, but I could have it for council if you would like.
Thank you. It would be my intention to authorize this, understanding there's real operational concerns, just don't want to rule out the possibility. I think it comes down to how much are we willing to pay to make it work in some situations, and I'd like to get to that point to be able to hear those considerations. So when it comes time, I'd like to, maybe we're talking about a G, if you will, at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Taddison Beatty, myself, Francis Wang, and Crutch for a second time. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. So I'm still trying to sort through whether or not there is evidence that online voting increases voter turnout. In the report, it says 58% of municipalities in Ontario use electronic voting in 2022, which marked an increase of 16% from the 2018 election. But all of the research papers that I found indicated that there is no significant increase in voting online, which is likely why the document says, while research has not concluded that alternative voting increases voter turnout. So do we have any empirical evidence indicating that online voting increases voter turnout? I get the theory, but I've not seen any empirical evidence to support the theory.
Clerk Trenum?
So through you, Chair, it does not, and there is no evidence that suggests that it does increase voter turnout. I think a lot of the research planned was looking at that to seeing if it did, assuming that it would. That's not proven to be the case. The increasing number of municipalities are using it because of the accessibility piece. It's another option. It's a way to get people that were likely to vote anyway to vote, or the people who were thinking about voting but maybe couldn't get to the poll. You're more likely to catch them in a different way. It's an accessibility piece. It's an alternative method. It's not going to increase the number of voters.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you for that. That helps a great deal. The other question I had was the statement that it would somehow save money. If we switch to online voting, it will save us money. There will be cost savings found as a result of online voting, reducing the need for many staff and polling locations on election day. How does it reduce the number of staff and polling locations on election day, unless you're eliminating polling and polling stations and switching to 100% online voting? Legally, we must still continue to provide polling stations across the city. So where would there be savings then?
Clerk Trenum?
So through you, Chair, in response to the auditor's report recommendations as well, we're looking at what is the best way to find the appropriate number of polling stations and how to best access the public. No matter what, there will be polling stations. Currently, what we're looking at is how do we increase advanced polling? How do we make more special polls available, utilizing current staff and in a way that does that? With online voting, it also reduces the number of ballots that are necessary to be printed. It might reduce the number of people showing up on election day, reducing the number of staff that are necessary. And that's something that we have seen in past elections, including the by-election.
Councillor?
But we're not seeing an increase in voting as a result of online voting. So just to confirm, regardless, we have to have the polling stations They have to be staffed. We have to have the documents because we never know how many people are going to vote.
Clerk?
So yes, we still have to have the polling stations, but some of the changes operationally we're looking to make, like vote anywhere within the ward and including online voting or mail-in ballots, presuming that the number of voters does not increase, the number of voters that show up at polls does decrease because those people are now only voting online. So even if only 20% vote online, that's 20% fewer people showing up at the poll.
But forgive me, we can't predict how many people are going to use these other vehicles. So you have to be prepared for the normal complement of voting at each polling station. Is that not correct?
So through you, Chair, with the recommendations, that what we're looking at is, even if we don't use online voting, is there a better way to set up our polls that we're better capturing people, that is already looking at, do we need fewer polls?
Respectfully, the paragraph on page 2 of 6 of your report says there may be cost savings found as a result of online voting by reducing the need for as many staff in polling locations on election day. That's the statement. But it's not an accurate statement because you can't reduce the number of polling stations. You can't reduce the number of people because you have no idea in any election whether or not it's going to be a gigantic turnout or a weak turnout. So you have to be prepared for a large turnout. Is that not correct?
So that's correct. You need to be prepared. However, the number of staff that you have working on the day, we've already seen some decreases for that. So we did that in the Ward 4 by-election as a test. We would do it in this one as well, where you have more people on call, ready to join. You don't have to staff up as much, and there was cost savings found in that. We found savings, it was not as expensive as anticipated to hold the Ward 4 by-election because of those changes that we made in the staffing. So while the councillor is correct, we need to think about all possibilities. It is a way to potentially mitigate some of the costs. The biggest cost really is the number of ballots, and then potentially with the staffing.
Councillor Clark?
I guess the challenge that I'm having, Chair, with the clerk's statement is that it specifically says there may be cost savings as a result of online voting by reducing the need for as many staff in polling locations on election day. None of that is accurate. Absolutely none of that is accurate. You have to have people in the polling stations. And even the system that you used where you had people on call to come in if there's large lineups had absolutely nothing to do with the result of online voting. There is no direct correlation between that and the need for staff. Unless we go to 100% online voting, you will still need to man those stations. You will still need to have people in those polling stations. You will still need to print more than enough ballots than you would usually use because you don't know what the turnout could be. You could go from a 40% turnout to a 60% turnout if there's a controversial ballot item. So you need to be prepared. That's all I'm saying. So it's kind of a nebulous statement that it's going to help reduce it, because it won't unless you eliminate polling stations. The other question I had.
Yep.
Am I good to go, Chair?
Yep. Last question you said? Sorry, I talked at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm still struggling because while it's stated that there is now digital standards, and I believe I heard for Canada, the research indicates that the digital standards that Canada has adopted is not nearly as strict and stringent as the European model. So what research has been done to ensure that those standards will work in a municipal election? We don't have standards. The province of Ontario, as far as I understood, has not provided us standards. Is that correct?
Clerk Trenum?
The province has not provided any standards. It's federal
And
standards.
so the federal standards don't apply to the municipalities. We have to look to the province for the standards. So I'm very leery of online voting, and I won't take up any more time. I'm happy to provide comments in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Tattison?
I apologize if this question has been asked. I had to jump off for an important phone call. So for me, the integrity of the process is very important. My question is, if online registration system becomes very efficient, you said, the clerk said it's possible in 20 minutes. Do you have any comments or on the concerns raised by Delegate Daikowski, who says there's potential for aggressive tech-savvy canvassers to manipulate the vote and actually cast votes in the moment with people at the door? Are those concerns valid, possible, or improbable? If they are possible, can we put in measures that can prevent that or decrease the opportunity for these tech-savvy canvassers to manipulate the vote?
Clerk Trenum?
So it's difficult with our system, Chair, if we were to go through with this vendor for an individual to show up at the door and sort of force a registration. Let's say you're canvassing early on before voting would ever be open. You can register, but you can't cast your vote until it's open. And the registration could be as short as 20 minutes because staff are available. As you move closer and closer to the election, the length of time from when you start your registration to being approved to vote is likely going to be longer. So if we're talking, if it was election day and online voting was on election day, well, it's not going to be. Let me rephrase that. Let's go back a few days the week before and we're in advance voting. Online voting is open. It's likely going to take a day, at least half a day, for staff to get in, approve that, and get you set up to vote. So an individual will be waiting a very long time at the door for that registration to occur.
Councillor Tattison?
Okay, so what's the gap between when someone's registered and then I guess the time that they can vote or for people that are allowed to vote at the booth? Is there a difference between the times when people can vote? Like the concern is anytime, anywhere voting. How is that limited with online voting?
So with online voting, we wouldn't do anytime, anywhere. We would be limiting to the same hours as the advanced polls or the polls on voting day if it was on voting day. But it would match that voting time. So it's not 24 hours a day. That's how it worked with previous elections and with Dominion voting. And there are vendors that suggest that. That's not, we would put limits on it that would match the timelines of polls being open.
Okay,
Councillor?
thank you very much. That alleviates many of my concerns that I had that were raised earlier.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I have one question, and then I think the trajectory that I'm seeing so far, Chair, is to hold comments until afterwards, if I got that correct.
Yes.
So the question is pertaining to this report that we're about to vote on. We've added a section F that breaks out the online procurement portion of section E. Chair, when we get to the voting, if we were uncomfortable with the online portions, it would be section B and F that we would have to pull out specifically and have a separate vote on. That's really the nature of my question in terms of the geography of where these components live.
I would concur with that statement. Clerk, anything to add? One second, Councillor, just looking through it.
I also believe that's correct, but I will happily defer to Clerk Trenum to confirm.
No, that is correct, Chair. What I would advise that if the alternative voting method B was defeated, then they would sort of go hand in hand. What I'll note is it would not be recommended or possible. I suppose it's possible, it would be quite costly to have one vendor doing online voting and another vendor doing voter strike-off.
Okay, Councillor Beattie?
Yeah, then at the appropriate time, Chair, if I could ask for a separated vote on B and F, I think for clarity and cleanliness, B and F together as a separate vote. And if I could go on a second time for comments, please.
Noted. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the clerk for all the answers. And thank you also, it was me who asked the Auditor General to stay behind, and I appreciate it, knowing that I probably messed up his schedule.
We'll send Ward 1 the bill.
Thank you. Could someone remind me or inform me? I appreciated some of my colleagues, particularly Councillor Tattison, speaking on behalf, because he is this council's rep on the Accessibility Committee. Did we engage in any outreach post the last municipal election on what residents experienced, what they think might garner interest or greater turnout or anything like that? Did we have that engagement through the chair?
I know Clerk Trenum wasn't here, so that'd be hard for the clerk to answer unless you have some sort of knowledge of what happened before you got here. If not, I don't know if the Auditor General would have any information about what we learned after the 2022 election. Clerk Trenum, you want to add something?
So I'm not aware of anything specific, again, just because I was not here. I believe there was some reach out or opportunity to do so through the audit, but I'd let the auditor comment on that.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any outreach on the part of the clerk. We did some of that through the survey work that we did as part of the audit, and that was meant to inform that. So I think that was, I'm not aware of anything in addition to the work that we did.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. If I could just ask for some clarity from Clerk Trenum through the chair. You stated in one of your responses that even if this council and if this committee and subsequently council gives the green light, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll be doing online voting. And you mentioned a third-party review. Could you slow down and describe that process for me, please?
Clerk Trenum?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So this is IT. We do have a IT project manager seconded solely to our project as one, but speaking with our new Chief Security Officer, IT has plans to conduct reach out to a third party to test the environment. So presuming that we're approved to go through with an individual, that looks like penetration testing, encryption testing, and I am not a technical expert, so I can't go through all of those details, unfortunately. But they would conduct tests to ensure their own comfort level before approving a software or solution like online voting. And if they were to not approve it or not recommend it, then we would not proceed with it.
Councillor?
Thank you. And if the recommendations did receive a green light in that process, were you anticipating reporting back on the outcome of that testing through the chair?
We'd provided an information item for council to be aware of whether it was going forward or not for your own awareness as well as public knowledge.
Okay. Through the chair, I've never been shy in daylighting my IT ignorance. So if I could just ask for some comment, if it's fair, through the chair to the Auditor General. You referenced in your comment to one of my colleagues, I'm looking for your report now, I had it up. You talked about the absence of standards federally, and I thought you said provincially. To your knowledge or awareness, aren't these kind of third-party tests, have they not been done? Or can you speak to that vacuum, it would appear, or gap of confidence and practice? I think it's page 40 of your report, as you referenced, paragraph 138, 139.
Just one second, Councillor, as we're finding that part of the report.
Through the chair, are you speaking paragraph 40?
On page 40 of
Oh,
your
page
appendix.
40,
Yeah,
okay.
on your appendix, that it's paragraph 139, the risks of online voting.
Correct.
I thought you said in your comments to one of my colleagues that at the federal and provincial level, there are no standards, there is no practice. And I'm trying to,
Oh, that's paragraph 136. I was citing paragraph 136.
thank you.
What the experience of Elections Ontario and Elections Canada, that neither have introduced online voting, et cetera, et cetera.
It states clearly, Chair, just for people who may not have access to the report immediately, online voting is not mature enough from a security perspective. The sentence is, many experts say that despite the advantages, I'm assuming accessibility being one, online voting is not mature enough from a security perspective. So my question to the Auditor General, just so I understand, is that we've just heard that we would submit what we would like to do to a third party to test it, penetration, encryption, to ensure that we have a comfort level. I was assuming that with the depth of pockets and access that federal and provincial governments have, that they would have had access to similar tests. No?
That's correct, but I think we're speaking of the adequacy of the standards itself. You can have a third-party review under the new standard, and which I believe happened after the audit came out. There was a Canadian standard that came out using that. But at the point in time in the audit, it was not a sophisticated enough standard for them to decide to implement it, either the federal government or Ontario. And my assumption is that it's still their position since they haven't implemented it yet. So, but I can only speculate about that.
Okay. No, thank you.
But it's very definitely a risk. I'm not saying it's the answer. I'm just saying that it's a potential risk. At the end of the day, our recommendation in this report was to give it careful consideration, both the cost and the risk, in addition to the benefits. It has to be thoroughly evaluated.
Councillor?
Thank you to the auditor for that. If I could ask a question to the clerk. I believe my reading of, similar to Councillor Alex Wilson, I am also interested in online or mail-in ballots, and I thought I found a report actually from a city staffer in their scholastic endeavors that only 1.7% of voters in Hamilton participated in the online, and their recommendation in that report, beg your pardon, is the research asserts that the main reason for Hamilton's low vote by mail turnout is due to the administration of vote by mail as well as the lack of resources available. This research recommends that in order for the City of Hamilton to address the challenges it faced in implementing vote by mail, it should implement a longer vote by mail registration period, along with implementing an email marketing service, as well as conducting vote by mail campaigns to raise awareness and to educate voters about the vote by mail process. So my question is, I too hear from residents about their experience. They voted 20 years ago and the polling station that they always used is no longer there. And I understand the real resource issues, but are we going to be approaching this next election, not the by-election, because I understand it's that runway is too short, but holistically looking at every effort we can to secure human resources, every effort we can to expand voting polling stations, every effort we can to try and, as this report assessment suggests on vote by mail, is just this the one tool that we're going to be looking at, the online voting, or are we looking at things more holistically? Through the chair, and those are my questions. I too would like a comment at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Clerk Trenum?
Yeah, through you, Chair, I'd say everything is up for review and should vote by mail be authorized as a method. Everything in that report in terms of how we can do our best as a city to implement it the best way we can would be implemented. When it comes to polls, absolutely, we want to find the best balance between number of polls, what is reasonable with the number of staff that we're able to get to work those polls, and how can we more efficiently manage it? And is there a way to utilize advanced polling more, special polling more, to ensure that we're reaching everybody that we can?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Beatty for a quick second. I just have one or two quick questions. Through
Go ahead,
you,
Chair.
Vice Chair Beatty. What I heard was after the 22 election, we did an audit. There were no standards provincially or federally. The federal government has brought in some standards. The province has not. If there was an issue with the municipal election in Hamilton due to online voting, where do we go to say we did it right when there's no provincial standard? Like when we do something in planning, we say, well, we follow the Planning Act, we follow this act, we follow that act because we're creatures of the municipality and that's what we do. So if Elections Ontario doesn't have a standard for us to follow and someone contests our election due to a feeling that the online voting was compromised, what protections do we have as a city?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm predicting that this is going to go to the city clerk.
Yeah, and through you, Chair. So let me also clarify, it is a federal institute and a federal organization that created online electoral voting standards for the implementation of online voting in Canadian municipal elections. So it is a federal standard that was created for municipal elections, not from the federal government, not from the provincial government, but geared specifically at municipalities that are the only governments that are utilizing online voting at present. Similarly to paper ballots, at any point somebody can come in and scrutinize a ballot, and there can be a decision as whether or not to count the ballot. If there was anything to be concerned with an online ballot, similarly, again, there are protections with that, including your code that shows that it was there, that is traceable and auditable and manageable, including time and when and how that vote was particularly cast without identifying the individual that cast it, as well as the option to do your print. So in a recount, we don't just run the numbers again, we go and get the ballots and we run them and compare them. So those are the protections that we have in place for that particular one. Again, we have numerous standards that do exist in other jurisdictions, and we have this new standard that we can look to. But from a technology perspective, it's to our technological resources internally and their comfort level as to whether or not something meets that threshold.
Thank you, Clerk. Follow-up question, Councillor Spatafora, please.
Last question for me, and I'm going to ask it, but I don't believe anybody's going to answer it because it's from an IT perspective. And being a municipality that came off I would call it devastating, by the sounds of it, cyber attack. You look at our financial system, I think it's well over a year now that we were attacked, and we still don't have a financial system. And I'm not saying Hamilton's the only one that is open to a cyber attack, but Hamilton, out of all the municipalities in Ontario, I don't know that there was a bigger breach. Maybe there was one, but we are definitely one of the biggest ones. I would have liked to hear from IT staff about how comfortable they feel about online voting, being that we were hacked not too long ago. But obviously nobody's here. I don't know if Clerk Trenum would want to comment on that, but I would understand if he does not want to, and that's my last question.
Okay, I'll turn it back to Clerk Trenum, unless there's somebody lurking in the background from IT online that is able to answer the question more completely or more fulsomely.
No lurking.
And I don't believe there's anyone from IT. Certainly, those questions could be asked at council next week. However, the individuals that I've spoken with, including our Chief Information Officer, everybody was surprised at how well the technology was that we did utilize for the by-election. They're not complacent in that, though. They're saying even if we use them again, we're going to do further testing and more exhaustive testing.
Okay, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Beatty. So before we go to second-time speakers, we have Councillor Francis as a non-member that I'll call upon now, and then we will go to second-time speakers. Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing this non-member to speak and ask just a couple brief questions. There is only one place and one place only that you can guarantee that coercion can't happen and guarantee ballot privacy. That is at a polling station under the eyes of scrutineers with supervisors present in a private booth to mark your ballot. That's how you guarantee a free and fair election. So my question to the clerk, it's a simple question. Is it an impossibility for an individual to coerce a voter to vote with an iPad or a smartphone with no supervision? Through you, Chair.
Clerk Trenum.
I would say everything has a risk. I can't say that that's impossible. I can say that it's illegal.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Clerk. I appreciate that. And, you know, regardless if it's illegal or not, you just have confirmed to me that it is possible. And that's my concern. You don't have that concern with a ballot in person with scrutineers and supervisors. And that's the big problem with this online voting. And this council, as well as Councillor Spatafora touched on it, knows full well the cybersecurity risk, and this council is informed well enough to know this is a very bad idea in that regard as well. So, Chair, I can't vote on this today at this committee as I don't sit on this committee, but I will strongly be opposing this at council. Thanks for allowing me the time to speak here today.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. Councillor Wang for a second time, and I think I have pretty much everybody on for a second time. So this is for comments. Hopefully you've exhausted your questions and we can go to comments and wrap it up. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Chair. This report in front of us today is asking for authorization on several specific key items that we need in order to make the Ward 8 by-election move forward. One of which is the vote tabulators, which I think we've established is the Dominion voting systems, the strike-off software, which could very well be done through New Vote, and the opportunity of an alternative voting method. I think that when I think about reading this report, it is not at all saying we are going to a 100% voting online system. In fact, what we are doing is we are enabling the election staff to get the equipment and the software they need in order to run an election fairly, transparently, and democratized. The opportunity of putting online voting in the mix of this, of delivering the election is so that we can also provide choice and we can provide convenience. And the fact that this has already been shown and proven and executed in the Ward 4 by-election goes to show that there is opportunities for learning and not on a large or wide scale frame. I think that we have heard exclusively or extensively from Clerk Trenum that there are multiple checks and balances that will be instituted between now and then, including a third-party independent review of the online software. But for committee, I hope that you will consider that this report is, again, enabling our elections staff to move forward on exactly the type of equipment and software that they need, and gives them a little more flexibility in exploring and further de-risking what alternative voting methods look like. And of course, just want to verify what the Auditor General has said. AMO did a elections roundup after the 2022 elections. 217 municipalities of the 444 offered, not exclusively, but offered online voting. And when we look at the track record of several online voting opportunities, we have whole countries like Estonia that is moving to an entirely online system. So again, I think that what we're trying to do is enabling our election staff to explore and further refine and further de-risk other alternative voting methods, to which we have also heard and understood that some people cannot physically get out to an actual voting location, and some of them cannot access mail-in ballots. So this is a true alternative to what we can enable a more democratic way of casting our vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cretch.
Thanks very much. I think what we've heard today is important to establish that there isn't any evidence to support many of the concerns that were raised. When we look to the different by-elections that have occurred, or elections that have occurred, or online votes that occurred, I agree with some of the statements Councillor Clark's made about, and the City Clerk chaired about, we may not see an increase in voter participation. What we will definitely see, though, and I hear this from people in Ward 2, is we'll definitely see a reduction in barriers. Lots of the folks I spoke to found who had disability or were seniors or other reasons where it was difficult to get in and out of their home would appreciate the opportunity to vote online to reduce barriers for them to be able to access voting. I know there was many situations that occurred in the last election which made it hard for voters to vote, and we went over that when we had the audit. Some of those have been mitigated by online voting. I think it's important to focus on evidence. I think it's important to say there isn't necessarily a correlation between cybersecurity incidents that the city manages in its own networks and this, which will be managed by an external company. Although we need more information from IT to understand that better, I think we have to be careful about saying, well, there's a correlation between this one thing here and a correlation between something else that may not be related. I also think that we've seen the internet, broadly speaking, and online resources used to improve outcomes for people in all kinds of fields that are important and serious. We've seen telehealth and video health expand across this country for years around very sensitive situations for people's medical health. And we've seen all kinds of other implementations of online systems used to reduce barriers for people so they can gain access to the important things they need. And while it's important for people to be able to go down to a polling station and vote in person if they wish to do so, we've also seen that mail by vote has been going on for such a long time now, and I really appreciated Councillor Alex Wilson bringing that up, that mail by vote is ostensibly no different in terms of the kinds of concerns being raised as online voting is. A person does that in their own home. In fact, actually in the last election, I voted by mail because I thought it was important for me to demonstrate to residents in Ward 2 how to do it, how it can be done. And I made a little video, as I recall, showing people how to vote by mail. I think it's really important for us to continue to have that kind of service available for our city. So those people who I think was 1.7% of voters, if I recall correctly, which were thousands of people, voted by mail successfully in the last election. And not without its own conditions and problems. But we're here to try and work through these issues, make sure these systems are robust, and advance the way we do things, I hope, to meet the challenges and needs that are happening in our society, not say, well, we've always had these traditional ways of doing it, this is the way we should stick to it, and we shouldn't look to other methods for increasing access to voters. I can say certainly as Ward 2 City Councillor, there are many barriers facing voters in Ward 2, and I think this will do a lot to reduce them, so I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Many, many years ago, it was in the late 1990s, I ran for mayor of Stony Creek against Ann Dane. On election night, the Hamilton Spectator reported, as did the city of Stony Creek, that I had won the election by 6 votes. On a subsequent recount, I had lost the election by 16 votes. I did not challenge the recount because there was evidence to support the validity of the recount. We run elections in this country not just based on finding the true winner. We run elections in this country based on we can verify through recounts that the true winner actually won. And by that, I mean, not only can we do the count, but we can audit the account. The only two ways in the current processes that permits a verifiable audited accounting of election ballots is the current process that we use through the tabulator, as well as the mail-in votes. Both the tabulator and the actual votes can be audited. So if there's any doubt in the minds of a candidate that the vote was not accurate, they just request the recount. If it's tight enough, it's automatic. And if they don't like the outcome, they can go to a judicial recount, which federally has reversed a few ridings in the last election. The online voting system as it currently exists is not auditable. The company audits it. We don't have a means as a municipality, nor does any municipality government have a means to actually audit online voting, which is why the provincial government has been not receptive to switching to online voting. So I hear the challenge. The challenge is making it accessible for people. And I would argue that the mail-in ballot provides some of that accessibility. But what it does provide is that both ballots are auditable by the candidates and the municipality to verify the outcome. And when we're done, if there's a judicial recount, all those ballots go to the judge to count. So I don't support the online voting. There is lots of evidence out there that it does not increase the amount of voting. And if there's an alternative to ensure that we can have an auditable process, then I would suggest that that would be the way to go. Because what we need to do, no matter what, and I know every member around this table agrees with this, we need to be able to stand up at the end of the day and verify to the voters that their vote was counted. That's what the residents want. So I cannot support online voting in its current state of condition. I will continue to support mail-in ballots, and I will continue to support the tabulator process because it is 100% auditable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I think I'm building off of the theme of my Upper Stony Creek predecessor, and I do remember that election well, Brad. That was interesting times. I was very bullish on online voting initially, and I voted in favor of the option for the Ward 4 by-election. I thought there was a good opportunity to test the waters. I think the results are actually inconclusive. But over the course of the last few years, my confidence has dwindled, and I think the collective confidence of the city has dwindled. And the evidence is such that we've had a major cybersecurity breach. We've had some major projects that have gone awry with major cost overruns. We've had a report back that the general confidence in City Hall sits around 20%, meaning there's negative impressions of City Hall in the neighborhood of 80%. And we have a growing segment of citizens who are very concerned about the spending habits of City Hall. And this option does have a price tag attached. It is a form of new spending. What I'm hearing and seeing is that confidence in the city is at an all-time low, and that is due to the track record of the city over the past few years. And those are the things that I want to address first. I want to restore faith in the city. so that we can produce results in the future, and we can pursue these kinds of endeavors in the future when we have a confident citizenry that is going to have faith in the ability of this institution to undertake this in a confident manner. I'm just not sure we're there yet. I don't think that this is the time yet. I have confidence that we'll get there, but I don't think it's now. Look forward to having this conversation probably again at council. And then depending on the outcome, perhaps we'll be having this conversation in future iterations into the future. I think it's a matter of timing, and the timing's not right. So I had asked for a separated vote on B and F to deal with those separately. I'm confident that when we get to that, those two items will be up first. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I think it would be very important for us to have a really fulsome discussion at this city again on whether we're satisfied as a community and as a council with our voter turnout reaching a high of perhaps 41% and always in the great community of Dundas. And it's been on a downward trend for decades, not just the last 3 years. And I know the downward trend has been that way at other levels of government. But I hope we could start from a place of articulating that we value it, and then articulating perhaps some of the goals and objectives that we hope to guide how we're going to run our elections. And I think that opportunity needs to be had, in my opinion. And I think we need to do almost like, if possible, without looking like we're interfering, have almost exit interviews. I think we should be talking to people who have some physical challenges. I think we need to be talking about whether, talking to older people about whether they found it easy to get to the poll, what would make it easy, what would be helpful. I think we should lean in more. I've learned a lot today about standards and a federal institute. I'm not clear whether that's a federal government institute or a body that is national in scope. I'm not sure about that. But I'm having a hard time getting to a point, because concerns have been raised about standards, et cetera. I don't want to undermine trust and confidence in the election result, even if people were making some statements, some of which I take exception to. The notion, for example, that immigrant communities are somehow more gullible than the rest of us, when most of them many of them have died to get here so that they can vote. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I don't have anyone else on the speakers list. I'm going to make a brief comment, and then we'll work through a few different things between adding mail-in vote, and I know separating of votes and adding in the mail-in votes. But before we get to that, I'm not going to support this. And for me, I would have rather seen information come forward than say, hey, give us approval to maybe use online voting. We might use it, we might not use it. Go and engage the community, then come back and tell me that the community is telling us we want it. And I get we're going to go third-party research, and then we'll talk to maybe ACPD and all those sorts of things. To me, this is a little bit of the cart before the horse. I'm not interested in spending any more money. I can tell you that much, especially when it's proven that this does nothing to increase voter turnout, but it may help some people who live in a building and have some barriers, which is important, vote differently. I think mail-in ballot provides that same accessibility, comes to your house, you mail it like you'd mail a letter to a son or daughter or to a grandchild or to a long-lost relative. So I can't support it. I think there is no federal government issued standard. There is no provincially issued standard. The provincial and federal governments do not use it, and less than 50% of municipalities in Ontario used it. Those numbers tell me this is not something we should be doing, and definitely not something we should be doing right now. With the limited information we have, and then give 1 year to try to have everything ready for the next election. So I will not be supporting the recommendation for online voting, but I'm supportive of the other things in there. So that's it for me. In saying that, Clerk, we have some work to do, as some councillors and members would like separate votes on separate items. But before we get into those numbers, I'm also going to go to Councillor Alex Wilson, who I believe would like to add an option to the report. Councillor Wilson.
So just confirming, we've already split the last cause, so we have an E and an F already? Last cause of the recommendation.
Yes, E and F have been separated.
So this would be number G. And the intention is just in the same way as to enable the use of mail-in voting as an option. And if it's useful to include, and have a operational plan be presented back to council. And I know Councillor Maureen Wilson is happy to second.
Okay, so that will be G. I am going to go to Clerk Trenum just so we can get an understanding on separating E and F. Clerk Trenum, E and F, how are we separating those?
Thank you, Chair. So in discussions with Tamara on the best way to go forward with this, what I'm going to recommend is you start with a vote on A and D, and that's just the tabulators and the procurement of the tabulators. You then move to a vote on B and E, and what we'll do is we will have E as amended by this to say it's just for the procurement of the online voting system. If for some reason, if that does not pass, you would then add a motion to approve the procurement of a voter strike-off software. So then, right now, you'd have A and D, then a vote on B and E, a separate vote on C, which is just directing us to pull the bylaw together on what was approved there. If the procurement piece is not approved, we'll then just need a motion to come back and add. So what you currently have is A and D, which is, again, tabulators, B and E, which is online voting. You could have what is now F, which is the vote by mail. And then clause C is the direct us to bring the bylaw to do that all together. Is that clear?
It is clear, but I'll probably come back to you as we're going through the vote, just because I'm sure there'll be people asking for clarification as we go through it. Councillor Wang.
Help me understand E, because the voter strike-off software has an option of online voting services. So couldn't we just, I'm concerned that if we strike, if E gets voted down because there's the implication that this is all online voting on E, when it's actually not. There's a voter strike-off software.
Yeah, we're going to add that back in.
So
option, but that's where I worry about it getting clunky.
So if B and E get voted down, which is the online voting option plus the strikeout tabulation, we will add another item that brings back the strikeout software that we need no matter what.
I gotcha. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
No problem. So just to clarify, we're on A and D. This is to approve the tabulators and the procurement of the tabulators. Any questions on A and D?
And I'm going to share them just so everybody knows what we're working on.
Okay, so A and D are on the screen. That is what we were voting on. Again, it's the tabulators and the procurement of the tabulators. So I don't see anybody waving their hands. We're going to go to the vote.
Bear with me for one moment.
No problem. We're bearing. Vote is up. That carries 8-0. Now, clerk, if you can put up B and E, this is for the online voting option as an option in the upcoming, or at least in upcoming elections, and the equipment that would go with it, which is the strikeout equipment, which Clerk Bates will put up B and E on the screen for everybody to double check. And if I don't see anybody waving their hands frantically at me, then
I'm showing E with the friendly amendment to deal with just online software.
Oh,
And just
okay.
turning to
So now we've deleted
separate those two
the
things.
software. So this is just to authorize an alternative voting method, which would be online, and a single source procurement as well. Any questions? I can't see the virtual members. I don't see any hands waving crazy. And we're going to go to the vote. Just one moment, it's going to come up. I promise everyone it's coming. Promise. I promise. It's just, must be that online stuff. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. The vote is up. Some benefits of being in the chair, I guess. And that is defeated on a 4-4 tie. So now we are moving on to C, which is.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have that here too. Yeah, I got it. I got it, people. I'm on this. I'm on this. Trust in the chair. Clerk Trenum, you wanted to talk to me?
Was just going to suggest you do the
You want to do
alternative voting method first, so the new F, which is vote by mail.
Yeah.
And then you go back to C,
And
to
then?
the bylaw for everything. And then we can come back to a motion to add the procurement of a voter strike-off software.
Okay. F is mail-in ballots as an option. Does anybody need to see that? Councillor Clark, please proceed.
Thank you. And I'm supportive of the mail-in ballot. I believe the clerk had indicated that there was some challenges with when the ballots went out or the registration, the timing of it. We didn't have enough time to do our best at it. Can the clerk just remind me?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, there were a number of issues at the time. In terms of the actual mailing, there wasn't probably enough time to manage the sending of the ballots and collect all of them back from all individuals that had registered. There were some issues around there was a holiday that was mixed in there that wasn't properly accounted for. There wasn't truly enough time for them to send all their ballots back to be counted properly. So if this is to go forward, procedures will be put in place to ensure that that process is started as early as possible and that we can look at operationalizing it to the best of our ability before it's implemented as an option. Similarly, following the recommendations from the auditor with regards to how to improve the process.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. And to the clerk, all of that would fall under your operational authority. You wouldn't need council approval to set the timing of the mail-outs and et cetera.
So through you, Chair, similar to online voting, this is just approving it as an authorized method. It doesn't mean that it's happening. It means we will create procedures, look into operationalizing it, and make a call on to its feasibility. We do not need to come back to council on those decisions. They're all delegated to the clerk and under the Municipal Elections Act to operationalize and put forward the election.
Thank you. That's what I needed to verify. Thank you, clerk. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. And so we're going on the vote to add mail-in voting as an option.
And can I just confirm that this is a friendly, being considered as a friendly amendment, or do we want a formal amendment?
It'll be moved by Councillor Alex Wilson. Friendly. Friendly, we're good. Okay, just one sec as we get the vote up. And again, this is for adding mail-in voting as an option. Vote is up. That carries 8-0. I'm gonna guess we're gonna go to the bylaw, or do you want to go to the tabulator there, Clerk Trenum?
So let's do C, get that done.
Perfect. C is the bylaw. The vote is up. This is just to prepare a bylaw for us to approve.
Councillor Taddison?
He did mention that he had to leave. I don't know if he has actually left. That carries 7-0. And now the last piece to vote on is,
So this would likely need a mover and a seconder to authorize the voter strike-off software procurement.
moved by Councillor Wang, second by Councillor Alex Wilson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark, question?
Thank you. We've been around the table a few times on all of this. Can the clerk just once again verify what the voter strike-off software is and accomplishes?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, voter strike-off software is essentially we receive the preliminary electors list from Elections Ontario. We do some data cleaning. We have to ensure that it is as correct as possible. To do so, we have to put it into a software package to allow us to review it and manage it. And then we mark off people as having voted using that software. So if that is a mail-in ballot and somebody is issued a mail-in ballot, then they're checked off ahead of time and listed as so in the software. Once they show up at a polling station and access a ballot or confirm that they can have a ballot, once that ballot is issued, they're marked off in the software so they cannot go to another polling station and vote again. It also allows us to do the vote anywhere within ward situation. So you can show up at any poll because you can access the voters list like that. I know it is, it's what we've used in pretty much every election. There's always a voter strike-off software. Traditionally, it has been the MPAC software because MPAC was responsible for the voters list. However, they are no longer the keeper of the voters list, so we're open to select our own vendor.
Thank you for that. And will this software also clean up the database? We had lots of issues with MPAC in the past. So duplicate votes, people who have passed away, et cetera.
That's correct. When you're selecting a software like this, we include that as the requirement that we can go through and clean the data as much as possible. Individuals who have logged on to Elections Ontario and registered multiple times or registered with us, perhaps after we've already received the PLE, thinking they're not on the list but trying to register again. Once we then have it, we can also make our own changes to the voters list. So if an individual has moved and shows up at City Hall and wants to adjust their address on the voters list to perhaps a different ward or a different location, we can do that.
And the last question is, this software would continue to permit voters who have moved into a ward, did not register the change that they were in a different ward, they're going to the polling station and they present the evidence that they are now residents of this ward. That can still be accomplished?
Correct. Can be done ahead of time or can be done at a poll. You show up with your ID. You do not need a voter card. You just show up with your ID proving that you live in the appropriate ward, and we can add you to the voters list at a polling station. The difference being without the voter strike-off software, that's all done on paper. So you cannot do vote anywhere. Yes. You have to show up at your identified location and be added filling out a form.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Seeing no other speakers, Clerk, can we go to the vote?
Do members want to see that in writing?
We do not.
No. Oh.
Thank you. I apologize for answering on behalf of everybody, but we do not. The vote is up. That carries 7-0. Just before I move on, Clerk Trenum, we done? We're done. Thumbs up. Motions, 9.1, Pipeline Trail Youth Mural Grant. Ward 4, Councillor Wang. Introduce your motion and your seconder, please.
Thank you. I am trolling for a seconder for
I'll
this
second
one.
it for you.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Moved by myself, seconded by the chair. This one was a notice of motion from last meeting. Essentially, it is asking for dollars to come from the Ward 4 discretionary account in order to facilitate public art by students. The reason why it's in the summertime now was because at the time, the mural area was actually vandalized. And so there was no real time crunch to get this out there. So the intention is to put it in through the whole system and allow for a September mural painting along the pipeline trail. Hopefully that explains it, but I'll read the therefore be it resolves. That way we'll read into the record where it's coming from. That a grant be provided to the Red Tree Collective, Artist Collective, to ensure adequate funding for the Pipeline Trail Youth Mural to be funded from the Ward 4 Capital Discretionary Account 33023094000 at an upside amount, including contingency, not to exceed $2,170. That funds allocated and distributed be exempt from a one-time basis and not be counted towards any formula that restricts regular funding from the city, including City Enrichment Fund for the years 2025 and 2026. And that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Vote is up. That carries 7-0. 9.2, Hamilton Artists, Inc., Lighting Replacements, Ward 2. Councillor Cretch, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thanks. My seconder is Councillor Huang. It's pretty straightforward. We're offering some money to this not-for-profit organization, which is an anchor institute in Ward 2, to help with them with the cost of lighting, and the reasons are all outlined there. And they'll be coming from the Ward 2 Capital Reinvestment Reserve. Thank you.
Sounds good. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm trying to understand what type of lighting this is. Is it theatrical lighting? Is it lighting for a stage? Is it lighting only for an art gallery to display artwork?
Councillor?
Yeah, this is an art gallery, so it's lighting. It's going to be lighting on the ceiling level to display artwork, but it's at the top. My understanding is it's an art gallery.
Thank you. Thank you. Just wanting to verify.
No problem. Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Let's go to the vote. Vote is up. That carries 7-0. 9.3, Central Library Children's Area Enhancement. Back to you, Councillor.
Thanks. And my seconder for this is Councillor Maureen Wilson. Also relatively straightforward, a little bit more of a preamble for me. I know we've heard a lot about issues at the Central Library with respect to the children's area there. Library doesn't have money in their budget to be able to address changes there that could make this a bit of a better area to enrich the space for folks who want to access the children's space. Right now, the way that the space is structured is a bit outdated, is my best way of summarizing it as a library board member. And they want to be able to add some baffling, some separation, some different programming elements there to ensure that children and families can use the space in a way that makes sense for them. And so that's what this motion is to do, is to allocate money from the Ward 2 Capital Reinvestment Reserve to allow that to happen. This is phase one of what is probably going to be a multi-phase project, and the library will be coming back to the city for its own budget asks for the second part of that project, or third phase of the project, however many phases it takes. Just change the way the children's programming works to make it more accessible, safe, all different kinds of things we've heard about with respect to the program. And that'll be coming forward through the library. This is to get them sorted to that place across the finish line in a shorter term, because we want to see those changes happen as soon as possible.
Any questions? Let's go to the vote. Vote is up. That carries 7-0. 9.4, Ward 12 community grants coming from Ward 4. Councillor Wang, go ahead.
Thank you. I was asked by Councillor Kassar to put this motion forward. So this is the Ward 12 community grants. I'll just read the whereas statements in, and then there are 12 organizations with associated funding coming from this.
And seconder?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Kretsch will be my seconder. Whereas Ward 12 receives non-property tax revenue arising from license agreements from a cellular tower, and these funds are required to be spent within the ward. Whereas these funds are to be utilized at the discretion of the Ward 12 councillor in a manner that conforms to the criteria outlined in Appendix D to procedures for ward-specific funding initiatives under the section entitled Scenario 3, Grants, and ultimately require council approval. Whereas in 2025, the Ward 12 office implemented a grants process to allocate these funds for the first intake having closed on June 15, 2025. Whereas these funds are earmarked to build resilience and community in Ward 12 and allow financial support to nonprofit organizations or charities who may otherwise lack these resources. Whereas providing a structured opportunity for organizations to apply to these funds and be scored in a manner that is rigorous and documented is important for ensuring equity in their distribution and maintaining trust and confidence in the fund distribution. And whereas all successful applicants are required to provide reports on the fund use to the Ward 12 office by the end of the calendar year and will be documented by the office on the Ward 12 website. Therefore, be it resolved, A through N, A through M, there are organizations and their associated amounts, and they all stem from the same non-property tax revenue account, 3301609612. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang, and hopefully no one has a question for Councillor Kassar because he's not here. Let's go to the vote. Vote is up. That carries 7-0. We do have a notice, but we are going to suspend or ask to suspend the rules. 10.1, 2025 Dundas Cactus Parade parking meter costs. Councillor Alex Wilson, please introduce your motion.
I will first be seeking to waive the rules. Councillor Wang as my seconder. The reason for this is urgency, given my comments on others waiving the rules, like truly only doing this because this is what the timing dictates. Otherwise would have waited 2 weeks if that was acceptable.
So we have moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, second by Councillor Wang to suspend the rules. Vote is up. That carries 7-0. Councillor Alex Wilson, introduce your motion.
Thanks. As folks likely know, the Dundas Cactus Festival is coming back to Dundas this year, but what folks may not know is the community parade, which is independently organized by obviously a related group of volunteers, but is a separate organization, happens the Thursday before the festival and is a great community celebration. Historically, during kind of COVID response and other types of recent years, we've waived these festival parking costs for groups to have these fees. This is one of the years that we haven't done that. It's a bit of an adjustment. This is a much smaller organization than the bigger Cactus Fest, and this was not an adjustment that could have been handled in this year. So on a one-time basis, just covering some of those parking costs. So this is the Ward 13 capital non-tax reserve we've been hearing about, and it's being allocated actually to the parking department to just cover the cost of these invoices. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Chair. It's not a totally substantive question, but I found it odd that it be $1,880.34. A peculiar number. How did you establish that?
As referenced in the motion, there's an invoice. Happy to email that. It's from parking to the event organizer. So how this happened is the event organizer is going through the SEEP process. They get their parking quote. They go, we can't pay that, and the event's in 6 weeks. What do? They reach out to the ward councillor going, we've got a bill from the city that we can't make happen. What do? And just explaining that this has been historically part of their event cost, but hasn't in recent years might not have been as a result of that council waiver. And so this is just a one-time adjustment to help get back on track and understanding that these costs will need to be part of a sponsorship plan for future years with the group.
That's excellent, Councillor, that you captured it. I know, like many of my colleagues, we've attended the Cactus Parade and the Cactus Festival many times, and it's always a wonderful event. And I'm just happy that you're helping them out with that parking charge. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Vote is up. That carries 7-0. Committee, no further business. 119, on July 10th, 2025, we will adjourn this meeting of AFNA. Thank you, Acting GM Brian McMullen, who stuck it out for the entire meeting. We appreciate that more than you know. Have a good day, everyone.